Ah, ok, ahí estamos. Pero este sí,
¿Será que me
espérame,
cambio el
perdón.
nombre? En vez de
No,
mi
no,
nombre,
déjame checar que esté el YouTube. Ok, sí, el YouTube está reflejando.
mi nombre.
Ahí está. Eso es lo que estamos compartiendo. Cambia la pantalla, cambia a otro tab. A ver, quiero ver que esto se active.
Hay un poco de lag.
Sí, me imagino. Ahí va. Ok. Ok, entonces si yo me salgo del Zoom. Tú estás de host. Ok, entonces si yo me salgo no pasa nada.
Oh, great. How do you like it?
Oh, we love
Did
it.
they do a good job
So
inside?
they did. I mean, the units are important.
Yeah.
But I love it.
Oh, it's so
So,
great.
about the.
Hey.
Oh, I didn't realize, well, I guess why, how could you have met?
Yeah.
No, you two have met. I do have a question. We do a faculty meeting at noon. It's not a, it's the
Yes,
assumption
it
that
is.
get
We
to
have
go
a,
to
we have
A hard stop.
a hard stop at noon because of the faculty meeting, and then we have a 2-hour lunch break for, did you continue?
Oh, yeah.
All right. This is set up.
I learned the
Okay.
word that number of all day.
Yes, great. So,
Yeah, I'm trying to get outside for a couple hours every.
I knew I would do it in the morning.
It's just for running around. It's a. Well, yeah,
You know, the Corbusier work on his painting edition or architecture.
that's interesting.
Anyway, I'm just teasing. I'm just teasing.
I might shift, it hasn't been bad so far, but I might shift around, as it gets.
Yeah.
Uncomfortable, sort of.
Whatever works, but I think it's great. that you do it. I've been taking a painting class, and that's about it. So once a week.
Are you enjoying it?
Oh, huge.
Wow. What's the medium?
Acrylic because it's so
Yeah.
much.
Yes, right.
I'm ready for my style. It's only been like 1 year, but.
You're ready.
Oh, that's great. Okay.
Good. How are you guys?
Are we sitting in the wrong place? Should we be sitting? I guess we
Good.
can.
Good. Presenting here as my board.
We'll be walking around a little bit.
Yeah, sure.
you get started.
Awesome. My name's Ben Cornett. And my project title is Housing as a Spectacle. So the idea behind my housing project is to create a community for performing artists. They can live together, collaborate, and it's centered around this idea of the spectacle, which is created using these 3 major moves, which is the creation of 2 central courtyards, the terracing of the units, and the merging of circulation spaces with performance spaces. So first I started with these 2 courtyards, which the first one became an amphitheater place, which I sloped down to the spectacle. And the second is an inhabited stair that rises out of the ground and looks outward towards the spectacle. And that audience sits on the inhabited stair. Then I added these housing blocks that respond to site conditions and these 2 courtyards. So my site observations were that Chapatulas, it's a very busy street. It's a lot larger scale, very noisy, while Annunciation on the other side is a lot quieter. It's the neighborhood, a lot safer to be on the street and stuff. So I lowered the scale of the housing blocks on the Annunciation side and raised them on the Chapatula side. Then I introduced terracing. The terracing further responds to these site conditions and these 2 courtyards. It terraces inwards towards the spectacle for the amphitheater and out towards the neighborhood around the inhabited stair. And then I inserted these horizontal blocks that hold shared spaces, so housing amenities and performance amenities. And they kind of separate these 2 courtyards, but are lifted above the ground so that circulation can continue underneath. Then lastly, I lofted the roofs to create slip for northern light to come in, which is used less harsh. And I created these volumes for Frankie and Johnny's, the restaurant and reception for the theater space, and additional housing on top of the horizontal units. My sections show these two courtyard spaces. The inhabitants there on the top, you look outwards. People can perform on the circulation spaces while sitting on the inhabited stair. Look down at the spectacle of the main amphitheater space. My circulation, these are the horizontal circulation, they're outdoor circulatory spaces, very exposed to people on the ground looking up, people watching, and you can look from the balconies down at the spectacle. My vertical floors continue this idea of the spectacle with, they're very like sculptural staircases that incorporate balconies and are kind of wide to give area to watch performance as well as be a part of the performance. My two perspectives show how circulation and performance are merged. This person is on a balcony connected to the stair, looking down at the theater, and these people are performing on one of the horizontal circulation around the inhabited stair. People on the inhabited stair looking up, listening. My site plans kind of show my first site plan. The first floor shows kind of the porosity of the first floor. It's very open to the public. It's the first level of public. It's open to the general public. Everyone can kind of circulate through there, as well as Frankie and Johnny's and reception. The second level would be the shared spaces, which are seen here. These volumes for performance and housing are shared by members of the community, and then private housing and their terraces on the back, their patio spaces, and then my vegetation. And then lastly, the housing units. So I have 4 different types, and they respond to the terracing and the placement of stairs. So my first 2 are single level, while the other 2 are double level, and they aren't that much wider, but they get more space through terracing. Yeah.
I guess I could start. The thing that I respond to in the project is the notion that you're beginning with courtyard spaces as the dominant target control. It's like great. I think it's very
Yeah.
The other thing that's really great is not just called the courtyards, but you give them something to do. One that's the amphitheater, obviously, performance, and people who are in your spaces that become part of the performance that you're actually expected. So that's what makes sense. Then the inverse of that, which is inhabited stair, also seems like it makes a major differentiation between the 2 spaces, which makes them highly identifiable. People would say, oh, I live in the amphitheater courtyard, oh, I live in the stair courtyard. So I think that's also very good. It does seem that particularly the stair courtyard, it has something else to do. It's active if somebody goes out and sits there, but otherwise it's passive. Right. So it's thinking about what we're experiencing right now, which is this very common condition that seems to be that both of these courtyards could be very active with water.
Yeah.
And then as water lowers that terrace,
Right.
the water's going to flow from high to low. It seems like that could be part of the design. And that would allow courtyards to be always doing something. Is that perspective?
Yeah, I was thinking about especially as like the site, but I never got around to incorporating all these constraints. But yeah, exactly.
No, I agree with all those comments. It's a great project to get us started. A few nuances that you may want to give some thought to as you think about housing in the future. The identity of the 2 courtyards, I think, does create a strong difference. But I would be almost inclined to make one of them more sort of introspective or less about performance, perhaps, and more about the opposite. of course, it doesn't have to be one of the courtyards, you have the opportunity to create spaces elsewhere. And, these trees as a spatial definition of character. Love to. But, you know, in our climate, growth of trees creates extraordinary place. And it's not necessarily spectacular. I think your units are a little bit too much the same. And so that we're trying to develop a different identity along the street edge to units that not integrated into the climate. And it feels a little bit like this subzone needs a bit more development in terms of part of your place.
Yeah, I started adding trees around here in that area. I didn't get to add them in my axon, but it's like kind of like a grove of trees here and here. And for Frankie and Johnny's, I thought that would be cool for like a performance outdoor stage there.
Great. So when I go back to that, so I guess what I'm proposing is that maybe this, and then there's an attitude.
Yeah.
Later.
Yeah. Presentation. Nice. I think there's something here also. Your project, to me, it's like a different scales of stare. Yeah. Like it's all about the stare. Yeah. Even the section is like a mega stare. Right. And so I think that's a really strong part of the. Was that well put? Yeah. It's a really strong part of the project, but I think you could have played up more. Yeah. Like in your conceptual diagrams and things like that. Because the stare, as you've learned this semester, I'm sure, is like a major social event. Yeah. Social space. Right. And so I kind of felt like the performance aspect was kind of like the least thing to me. Because I think the performance is just the performance of living. Yeah. Right? Yeah. And it seems a little bit contrived to like add this new program or like this new idea that really doesn't need to be there. Right? Okay. Yeah. Like the stumping, the terracing, all these things, the courtyards, the flipped courtyards, I guess. All of that is like talking about social interaction already. Yeah. And I think just weigh in on that. Yeah. Like use that. Yeah, you don't need the extra kind of performance part. Yeah. So it's such a small part of it as well. Yeah. But I thought it was kind of like lost in transition. Yeah. But I think the scheme is really beautiful. I agree with Judy, but I think like the units are made with the least. Yeah. Like they need a scare element maybe or a sectional change. Yeah. So that it's like it's what's that term? It's a fractal. Right. Right. Like you have large scales, like SNL itself, different scales of stare. Yeah. And even in at the unit, there's a little bit of stare there, sectional change. But I think it's great. And these drawings are really beautiful. Honestly, is that a big part of the?
It's a massive model, so.
Yeah, I would say. It's really a general comment. Just that. This is such so much more. The other thing, of course, is this particular part of the city is south, is due north. So I would have organized the living units and north south, especially when you generate, especially this building, generate the less than actually the suburbs. So the opportunity continuing to assume that it's industrial, so it's here, this becomes other opportunity for connection in the city. It's got tools to be a major street no matter what. So, you know, like the fact that we put public stuff, all of that is, I would go that way out. Also, the assumption, I mean, kind of like, it goes into that thing on 14th Street, that new apartment complex at the sort of central city near the city center. That four-story thing. Yeah, I mean, it just sort of plopped down in the neighborhood, has nothing to do with anything. In some respects, so my tendency would have been to really come down on this side, the one or two-story buildings, and come way up. I mean, I don't know if you had HUD limits, but I would have hoped that 10 stories at least on the riverside. Why not? I mean, it's wrong believing it all. Got a south facing exposure. But I do like the delicacy with which you handle the relationship between the public spaces.
Yeah, you really get that sense of the introverted and the extroverted.
Yeah.
I think you really get it in the model. But now that I see the model, I'm seeing like a long stretch of kind of
Yeah.
monotonous.
Yeah.
This the kind of marching of the units.
Right.
Just think about breaking it up like every few units, break it up and add some variation.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's great.
I don't know, you know, I was just in Brasilia last fall, and I went to this Niemeyer Hotel,
Mhm.
and it's the longest, most relentless building I've ever been in. It's gotta be, I'm gonna say it's at least 1,000 feet long. Absolutely, the one whole
All the
facade is all
Yeah.
louver.
I
upper
love those
louvers.
buildings.
Me too, that's where I'm going. And it was single loaded, 4 stories. It's one of the best buildings I've ever been in my life. I mean, it just felt so good. And you know, you're walking and walking and walking. And it's so, you know, it's like the rooms were great. Everything was, you know, just marvelous. So I think,
Kind of fun.
yeah, I think repetition in architecture is, you know, it's your friend. You know, so.
I'm reminded of what's the social housing in the Roman social housing? That's
Oh,
like
yeah,
1,000 kilometers
Well, I'm
long.
forgetting the name.
Yeah,
No,
that's
It's like a
amazing.
mile long.
I don't even know that.
Yeah, that's
Is it
incredible.
new or old?
It's old.
Corvo or something.
Corvo, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I'll have to look that up.
It's famous, at least in
From the
Italy.
30s?
It's relentless. It's
Yeah.
full designer like.
And it's still occupied.
Yeah.
Sometimes in kids.
How long do we have per student? What's the
20 minutes,
we're doing? Okay.
so you still have 3 minutes.
Good. Good.
You know, the model is interesting because it really highlights the distance to the river because there's a lot of land there.
Yeah.
I mean, most of us, because we haven't been into the port, think that the river's just on the other side of that development.
Yeah.
But it's so clearly in this future, there would be extraordinary amount of development.
Yeah. The model is, I think it's hard to view because I'm seeing it more clearly. Yeah. Like, I would expect a lot more velocity. Yeah. At least in the model. Maybe it's. I break it up. Yeah, there's a problem, probably an issue with timing. But it's broken up by the stair of it. You can see it like this axon, like the stair kind of cuts through. Yeah. Always kind of very lighted through this. These are like, there's slits between different stairs. But if you scoot over a little, you can slip under the stairs and you can have porosity through the block. Because it's, like I said, it's kind of relentless. So you want to create moments of like passing through. Yeah. Yeah, just to make it more. I know we're going to get into this next semester at the urban scale, but it's important to start thinking about it now. Absolutely. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the,
That's the hotel.
that's the hotel. So that's the side where everybody has a private terrace. And because it's stacked, the terraces are completely private. So there's no issue with terraces like this. Problem is government will look down.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure which side we are going to start. That's the other side. And these were all operable levers. And that's the west side. South side. Okay, that's the hallway.
Oh, beautiful.
It's unbelievable. It's fabulous. It's 1,000 feet long.
Single loaded?
Single loaded.
Wow.
Yeah, so you go in and then at the far end of your room, there's a terrace. Everybody has a terrace. It's completely private. You look out on the landscape. It's fabulous. It's one of Newmark's best buildings for sure. It's really amazing.
But it's not an urban environment.
No, it's not. It's an object. That's right. That's a good point, Julie. It's an object in a field.
Thank
Oh,
you.
great. Ambassador.
Or you flip these things around. Oh,
Just look at
I guess that's the new world order.
But they just restored it back to this game. This work. And then public stuff, the water sinks there.
My name's Charlotte Love, and my project is the elevated sidewalk. I've been told a few times to prepare myself for the loneliness of post-college living.
Wow.
Early in second year.
The elevated sidewalk is targeted at 20-somethings just out of college. The community can be used for networking, gaining new skills, and connections one might need for living alone for the first time. Walking around Annunciation Street, one of the things I took notice to was the sense of community. Many young adults who live in apartments lack the community and neighborhood has to offer. I thought a lot about how this experience can be reciprocated in an apartment complex. The connections created on porches is supported by sidewalks in New Orleans. Porches, lawns, and sidewalks blur the line between public and private space. I thought of the most obvious horizontal floors for the shape I decided, but neither of them offered the experience I was looking for. I mentioned it. Spaces. Office spaces. Open spaces on each floor are not open design, but allow for the occupants to grow into them, blending the horizontal floor and living space. Each floor varies to make the building appear lighter and offer very sun. The ground floor offers more spaces open to the public. Frankie and Johnny's has been working on to suite for public access. This then creates a public plaza that offers retail spaces. Plastic co-working buildings plays to serve rental office space for small businesses. Axon gets a better view of the lot. Contains 43 small units, 15 medium units, and 4 larger units that span across the 5 floors. The larger unit is almost identical to my vertical modular design drawings. These are previous works tied to the use of screens and their benefits. There's been inspired me to integrate a screen around the building for privacy and shading throughout the elevated sidewalk.
Can you go back to one of the better images? Let's see. You don't have a section of this, do you?
I do.
Okay. Well, maybe on that for So I think that rich circulation space and spaces is effective in plan, but needs greater articulation in sections and greater articulation of the brain. Because right now, unless I'm misreading it, the plan of the ground floor is very similar to the plan of the second floor.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that you changed it. But I would argue it needs to be a different typology at, regardless of where it sits on the ground. There's something essentially different about living than living underground. And I think your concept offers that. But right now, the section feels a little bit stacked. Do the tower units, where are the tower units in this? I would argue that when you make a differentiation like that, in terms of typology, I would articulate it. I could easily see those things probably move the roof, maybe pushing out of the body of the building a little bit more, so that you get more variation, or you're sharing the variation of the art.
Yeah, can we go back to maybe a mid-level plan? Yeah, anyone who's good. I think the really intriguing aspect of the project for me is this emphasis on screens. And I think it comes through really well in your renderings, where you get this hint of both opacity and some degree of transparency, and also a kind of play of screen and screen. It's sort of an array effect almost, potential. But what seems an opportunity would be to take the screen idea and not just use it as a perimeter, but use it to develop these amorphous spaces that we make. I think the notion that the amorphous space just becomes inhabitable in which anybody wants to inhabit it is pretty, has been shown to be pretty not true. And so I think what you want to do as a designer is give people more hints. So for example, when you look at these amorphous conditions, I could just pick any of them, like this one, for example. So maybe this unit sort of gets this, nobody else is looking at this. So this unit kind of automatically gets this. So maybe that one, but then here it becomes more amorphous because this kind of maybe gets it, or this kind of maybe gets it. So what if, for example, there were a screen that did that, or a screen that did that didn't come and make a complete enclosure, but started to make pockets within this? So there could be a pocket there, pockets, 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 and then those things become like alcoves. It's sort of like almost the way this building is configured, where we have this kind of area that's more suited for gatherings, a little bigger, and then areas that are more full of stuff. So I think as a designer, you could explore that. I really like the way that you're working with these double height spaces. It seems like the screen forms an edge of the double height space. So the screen then is also, now, one of the most amazing buildings I've ever been in is in Singapore, and it's called the Oasia Hotel, and it was done by WoHo architects who were based in Singapore, and the whole exterior of the building is a screen. Now, their idea is a planted screen but on some levels, the building is just open, and they have gigantic movable, like garage door louvers. And then when there's a giant rainstorm like we're experiencing right now, these giant louvers come down. They don't make internal space. There's no glass. They're just louvers. What they do is they cut down on the wind-blown rain. So instead of the wind-blown rain going in 10 or 20 or 30 feet, wind-blown rain is kind of captured by the louvers and falls off the building. It's a 40-story building, but the the spatial conditions in that building, I think, are also available to you in terms of kind of richness in this project. But I think you want to design it more. I think you want to really look at this. And then the other thing you can do is like the Oasia and like some of the buildings in Singapore, is you can use both plant material and water as elements in your design to make those spaces less generic.
Thank you, Charlotte. I think I love the project. I think it's beautiful, but I totally agree. I was thinking the same thing. Like the section is where that needs to be improved. But I love the plan, and I love your analysis of like, well, single loaded doesn't quite work, double loaded doesn't quite work, so I'm gonna like offset. Like I thought that was a really smart invention. And then I was thinking about you talking about the screen and the sort of relentlessness of that screen. I think you should kind of be a little bit more specific about creating moments where you could cross the screen. I'm sure you do it, but the prosody like through to the bigger courtyard, I think that's really important. So like think about the gray space not as like you said amorphous, but actually as something that's like super designed. And I think you could do it in the plan, like it could be like almost, it needs more entourage basically, like programming these little spaces to show how important they are. So I think it works in plan, but then if you go back to the section, just to pick up on this plan a little bit, did you go back to it? It's kind of clear in the model too. Yeah, like if you think about the Unity by Tech 4, you know that project?
Scott Bernard certainly shared it.
I'm sure you
Unite
did, yeah.
I think I do.
Yeah.
That's all right.
So in section it's an L shape, right?
Yeah.
You know that one, right? So it breaks the section in a way that like creates a really dynamic section with more variation. And I think you need to break that floor plate, the sort of relentlessness of that floor plate going through there, and break the section open. And I think one place you could do that is with your tower units. But also like one of these could also be like, you know, the L-shaped unit.
Yeah.
And then you have more variation in the section. Because I think those floor plates are really hindering you more than helping you. But like I said, I really love the project because portrait, I'm obsessed with portraits, so you should pick my son up. But I teach some portraits and, you know, the different types of portraits all over the world. And I think it's really important because you have different scales of portraits in your project, just like the last one. If you go back to your site plan, sorry, I'm making you jump around a lot, but you have not only that big courtyard that's in the middle, which kind of looks like the S-shaped project in Barcelona, you know that S-shape. Like you have this scale of courtyard, but I also like this scale, and I love this scale. Like you have all these different scales of public space, and I think it's just a really beautiful thing. And it's nice for me to put a face to the name because I taught all these students in digital media. But there's like 100 students, so I don't know anyone's face. But I was a fan of yours. So.
Okay, so look at this. See the relationship between this and the project. So this is just absolutely amazing building. So this building is maybe 8 years old, and it's one of
Is that the
dozens of
Singapore building?
Yeah, this is the Oasia Hotel in Singapore. It's a 40-story building. And this entire floor is open air except for one air-conditioned room, which is where breakfast. The entire rest of the floor is all open. So it's exactly what you're talking about. It's just the same idea that have these spaces, and then there's the louvers. Those are the louvers that come down in a rainstorm, and they give you a little bit more protection. They don't make enclosure, but they come down automatically so that this gigantic, rain is not going to get you wet. And all the furniture is kind of outdoor furniture. So yeah, so that's it. So anyway, I think you've got great opportunity there for this indoor-outdoor idea, and I think that really is the essence of New Orleans. And I mean, if you compare what your design idea is here with that horrible building 100 yards from here, that is a completely hermetically sealed glass box. I mean, it's just like they couldn't be more different in terms of concept. And I think you're on the track.
One thing I would add, and this is something to think about when you're designing more normative dwelling situations, is when you have these kinds of public spaces for circulation, there are some things that you want to be in relationship with them and some that you don't, for privacy reasons largely. And I think your one-bedroom units tend to work well. When it becomes, what was it? This one, this type of unit. This bedroom, I think that is a bedroom.
Yeah,
It shows more on some of the other plans, but it feels compromised by its exposure to that public space. And you could definitely flip these two so that the circulation was running across the back. So both of them got street windows, which is generally preferable. You will see units with a window onto a bedroom with a window onto circulation. And you see them occasionally in the office. But that bedroom is inherently compromised. It might be good for an office. You would that means that somebody can put their nose right against the window that separates your private room from the public. Most of us hate that. Maybe people right out of college.
I put a plaque right there.
Yeah, it seems like the rooms that work best in relation to the semi-public outdoor space are kitchen and dining.
Yes, that's
They-
true.
people always want to connect between those spaces inside and spaces outside. So I think Judy's right that if you could orchestrate it so that the kitchen, the cooking spaces, and the eating spaces are always favoring the outdoor connections, and the bedrooms generally have windows that are more oriented either directly away from the circulation toward the exterior of the block or toward the inner courtyard, but without circulation in front of them. That would be the way to.
So your small units are working well here. It's when you have two bedrooms and you're sort of lined up.
Another thing I was thinking about is your project is one without a front or a back. And I think that's like a really strong point. And it's a really New Orleans project because I think about, I'm coming from Chicago where there's, oh, you are, okay. So there's like a real back, right? The alley
Yeah.
facing facade. And I mean, I have a project on alleyways, I'm sure you've seen it, but unless talk, but I think it's such a New Orleans project because it has no front or back. Because and I just love that about it. And I also feel like this one feels like a system. Like even when I was looking at the model, it feels like it could kind of continue and take over the neighboring lots, and you could keep weaving around, and it would still work. So I think the beauty of that is that the system is pretty strong. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, again, though, I would say that it wouldn't have to all be 5 stories. You know, if parts of it could be 8 or 9 on Tchoupitoulas and go down to 2 or 3. And so, and you can keep the same sectional and the same planning ideas. They wouldn't change at all, but the overall massing could be a little bit more fit. I would say could fit a little bit better into the neighborhood, which is so different from the Riverside.
And in terms of the plasticity of that, it'd be so cool to have these tower units rising out of a lower fabric on
That's
that
right.
side. It would be,
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right.
Although I love the massive, but I still
Yeah, I do
think
too. No,
in a spatial way, like it would be great. So great.
I'm sorry I was late to see your presentation, but I've heard your the feedback that you've been given. I think it's. I'm just gonna say that I was quoted. I heard wonderful feedback, and I think if we had more time, to continue with this project, maybe there will be moments in which you could tailor each different unit. Like for example, this floor plan here, what Judy was saying, having the rooms properly set up, and the screens and these mini pockets. I think it's just a matter of time and having to respond to a specific number of units with a specific number of sizes. But if you could like continue without the restrictions that were compulsory, then everything could change and have specific responses. Okay. Thank you. Carla. Thank you. I'm going to.
So the
This is
critics,
crazy, yeah.
critics
It's pop
pop
in,
around.
pop out, pop in, pop out. Like Emmanuel, I think was your instructor, and then he left.
I think this goes to the perfect piece of it.
Okay. So we have to be on time. If we fall off,
Right.
it's more pressure on us.
Delaney. Delaney.
Yeah, you know nothing.
Okay. Cassie? Yes. Yeah,
Screen is so smart. So that
Oh, screen share.
you get the massing is like super strong now. The gaps in the massing.
Well, and you also get shade.
Yeah.
You get airflow. It's, yeah, it's-
Oh, yes, long standing.
I've heard a lot.
Senior
No,
colleague.
I've heard tons about it. It's really it's a pleasure to meet you.
Likewise, yeah, that was great.
Hi everyone, I'm Cassie Kadish.
You want to make your full screen?
How do I do that?
Control L.
I'm Cassie. And my project is Dissolve, which is housing tailored specifically for gardeners. So in this project, respecting the existing context was super important to me. And my biggest takeaway was definitely the disparity between Chapatula Street, which is this more industrial, the buildings are multi-story. The program is very different from Annunciation Street, which is on the back of the site, which is almost entirely residential. The buildings have more green space. They're shorter than 1 or 2 stories. And the site lies on the border between these two very different landscapes. So my idea was to make this dissolving grid between this industrial scale on Chapatula side and a smaller scale, more residential or rural on Annunciation side. This diagram is a little light, but this is the program in my project. And in ground floor, the commercial program is on Chapatula side, kind of mirroring the more urban and industrial program that's normally found in the street. And then this kind of dissolves into the housing units, which are a little further back. And then this dissolves into the garden space, which is it dissolves again, urban to rural and big to small. And so as this is for gardeners, sustainability is very important to my project. So the idea that the site can be self-sufficient. So food is produced in the gardens and then it's prepared in the homes and then distributed in the commercial buildings, which include like farm to table restaurants, plant store, markets, etc., and then disposed through compost in the homes and then reused in the gardens again. So the circulation of my project is on these very narrow streets in between the homes and gardens. And these narrow streets also provide light and airflow to go between the buildings. And along these narrow streets are vertical floors where you can access upper floors units. So I want to explain the grids a little more and the spaces between the grids and the modules I used for these. So I guess the community is kind of a smaller scale city in a sense. So I was inspired by maps. And when you look at maps of cities, you see this grid. And I kind of wanted to mirror the proportions between streets and blocks. So these narrow streets kind of mirror the streets of the city and my homes kind of mirror the blocks. So that's where that came from. And then the module of 36 by 36 of these homes was inspired by the width of like a normal plot in Uptown. So the shotgun is normally like 25 to 40 feet the plot. So 36 falls right in there. It's also a number that's easily divisible. So you can make units that are more modular, that are smaller and bigger. And also, it's also the width of my horizontal home, which was used as a base for my project, which we'll get to later. So this is my ground floor plan. As you can see, the commercial stuff is in the front near Chapatulas, dissolves into the housing, and then dissolves into gardens and greenhouses. And in this plan, I really wanted to highlight the narrow streets aren't as narrow as they first appear. When you are on the outside of the project, it looks very narrow, but when you move inside, there's these like communal spaces, which can be like farmers markets. They can be used for things under some of the units, and they kind of give this appearance of like opening and kind of these like hidden enclaves within the project. This is the first floor plan on top of the ground floor plan. This is mostly units. There's like 1 or 2 double height spaces in the commercial zone. This is my section. So the building also dissolves in section. These are the 6 sections across. And I here also wanted to highlight the way that these enclaves are also not only in plan, but in section, and they're kind of hidden and provide kind of refuge.
So it's the river to the left?
The river's to the left, yes. So the facades of my building is covered in louvers, and this is for sustainability because obviously New Orleans has it's very hot in the summer, so they can be closed and opened when needed. So summer closed, winter open. This is my section. This is the section cutting through the commercial spaces, and as you can see, there's some double height spaces, and then the homes are on top of these spaces, and then on top of this is a totally different language, which is these like wire mesh type things that are really thin, and it's kind of going with the idea of dissolving upward, and their garden spaces or rooftop terraces. This is another section. This is really light, but in the background you can see, you can also see right there on my board, the kind of facade of it's section B, the facade of the building. This is looking toward Tchoupitoulas, so it's dissolving upward in this case. And this is my long section, so you can see the dissolve. The buildings over here are a lot bigger, they're warehouses, etc., gas stations, and over here they're a lot smaller, so you can see again the dissolving scale. This is my axon, you can see better there again, but just tie it all together, the gardens, the rooftop terraces, the houses, and I also wanted to, the idea of these different languages of gardens. So there's this communal garden in the back, and then there's these rooftop gardens, which are kind of semi-public spaces where everyone in the building can access, and then there's these little terraces within the buildings, which are very private, so there's these different languages of gardens. My horizontal home was the base unit for my project, and it's these 3 sliding forms, which I took my horizontal home, kind of moved the mass aside, and then made this infrastructure and brought the mass back in to create these modular units. There's 3 different sizes, small, medium, large. 1 bar is small, 2 bars is medium, 3 bars is large. And the idea of modularity and being able to grow as with a family, it was like gardeners growing, pretty important. So here's just some of my units. You can see on the first floor, they're more spread out and they kind of dissolve upward. This is my small unit. It's designed for 1 person. It's 1 bar. My medium unit designed for 2 people, couple, more entertaining space. And my large unit, which is 3 bars, designed for a family. Here is just some atmospheric inspirations. I was most inspired by Herman Hertzberger's Center Pier project, which is kind of this narrow street and this grid, and kind of these are the spaces in between. These narrow spaces kind of become these communal spaces where people can kind of look across and talk to each other. So the terraces in my project. And then I was also inspired by, this is on St. Charles, just New Orleans, the garden kind of just like encroaching on the home and kind of the idea of an oasis within a home. And also my Inhabited Stair project, kind of again, an oasis within architecture. Here's my perspective, looking outward to the garden. Here's another perspective, looking up at the terraces. And my final perspective, which is an interior perspective, looking out. That's all.
Start this one? I'm happy to. Okay, so I love the conceit of the project, like the way it's conceptualized. I just wonder about the farm. Like, I've never seen a farm in New Orleans.
Yeah.
So I wonder about like if that should have been more of like a conceptual idea and not something that was like realized like in material form.
Yeah.
You know, because it really does. It becomes like a farm.
Well, I
right?
guess my counter argument to that is
Yeah.
New Orleans does have a history of farming.
Sure.
It's original, so I guess.
Well, everywhere. in
Yeah,
the
I
States has a history of that. But I mean, it's just an opinion, right? Like, you don't have to feel like you have to defend it. But are those greenhouses there?
Yes.
Also, yeah. I mean, I love it. It's just, don't get me wrong, I do like it. I'm just curious about like where, and I'd like to hear from you too. But like, but where the jump is, you know, like why do you dissolve to nothing instead of dissolving to like a baseline, a lower, like, you know, something like what you're showing in St. Charles, right? A lower rise option to your kind of higher rise. So I don't know. I just wonder if you push it too far, maybe. But it's beautiful. And especially the perspectives, I think, you know, really shows like an agrarian kind of vision. But it just feels, I don't know, it's bold. I like it, but I'm wrestling with myself, as you can tell. But I think it's beautiful.
Well, your drawings are gorgeous, both the perspectives and the plans and the axon are very effective. But if we look at it as housing, there are some inherent dilemmas, and you are very aware, I think, of everything I'm going to say, because it's just, and I'm so glad that you probably are just sensing, but this kind of, I would call it a kind of low mat of dwelling, tends to be successful if it's one story, not, you know, 6. And it also usually requires some kind of a central courtyard, so that the given all the circulation around each dwelling unit, the notion of having a kind of private outdoor space for light and air in the center is usually necessary. Sometimes there's an OMA project in Japan which sort of threads that up through and is successful in doing that. But I really feel like your project is would work better. I mean, the Hertzberger reference is of course it's an office building rather than housing, so it has some more flexibility relative to that. But that doesn't mean I don't love your project and what you've done with it. It's just something that I think you want to think about. It's a little unclear where the circulation is on the upper levels to get to the units. Does it stack above the street spaces?
Oh no, they're like these cores right here.
So you're able to get to each unit through a core like that?
So it's almost like streets.
Thank goodness.
Like there's streets in the air.
Oh
No,
there's
no,
not.
she
No, no.
doesn't have streets.
There's no streets.
Because if she did,
Yeah.
those streets would be impossible.
Yeah.
So you've kind of worked through these things in the right ways. I'd also make the argument that I've made in a couple of other cases, which maybe a little more differentiation of the ground floor. It could be more about live work and small businesses, other higher ceilings.
Yeah.
Can we put the view on that? Sorry, I just. But
Yeah, the systemization is a double-edged sword, and in some ways it makes the project, it kind of dissolves hierarchy and creates some really interesting spatial conditions. And I got to say, the Central Bahia building is one of the more intriguing buildings. I had seen it in images long before I saw it in person. But when I saw it in person, I liked it more. It does have some issues though of orientation. It's easy to get disoriented. The worst aspect of that building is entry, because it doesn't really want to have it. Everything wants to be equal, and so the entry is just a total nightmare. That said, I think the notion that combining the agricultural and the dwelling is really important for the future. And urban agriculture, as you probably know, is a super hot topic right now, has been for the last decade or so. It's going to get more and more important because it lessens the need for transportation of food, which is a huge energy consumption. I mean, you can't even imagine how much energy is used in moving food around the world. It's just insane. So having food close to where it's being consumed, as it is in many third world countries, just makes so much more sense. So that aspect I'm completely on board with. But I kind of think here that could break out a little bit of the system. I think the system is actually too confining. And so one of the projects you might look at, it's a little bit more forgiving than Hertzberger, is Aldo van Eyck's orphanage in Amsterdam, which combines living spaces for little kids with a living space in a sort of free-form pattern. As Judy was saying, it's a low rise. It's a one-story project, except there's one bar along one edge, which is administrative, and it's lifted up. And that makes me start to think that another aspect here that might make sense would just do a bar, just do a long building along top of Tulips, you know, and put a lot of units in it, and then that would allow you to have much more freedom elsewhere in the project, because it's right in that middle zone where you're really kind of struggling to get all that stuff. And I think if we look closely, I have a feeling there are huge privacy concerns. So if you got rid of some of the units by just stacking them up on Tchoupitoulas, that would give you a lot more breathing room. And I think the notion of agriculture, both on the ground and some agriculture vertically on walls and also on roof terraces, I mean, that's the future. So I think exploring those options is really important. Water could be a really important consideration in this project, obviously. There'd be water storage all over the project, you know, cisterns, those would be architectural elements in all likelihood. So that would be another way of differentiating this kind of project from others, because the water storage would be such an important visual and physical factor in the architectural project.
I wonder about what you were saying before about like loading a bar, like very heavily at the top. But did you have an idea about like dispersal? Like, why is that important to you? I know your whole concept is dissolving, like from south to north.
Yeah.
But why? Like, what was the idea behind it? Is it about like decentralizing?
I guess it's an urban idea. I think it would have been weird if the bar was totally loaded and there was all this empty space, I guess.
No. I think that's too much. That would be too much. But what's happening right now is I think you're getting kind of caught in the system, because the system has to be maintained across the whole site. I think you could have two systems. You don't need a single. You could have three systems, and in that way, it would give you more latitude. Because I do think the basic diagram of the your square diagram in the middle at the top of your board, I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, like let's put more dense stuff toward the river on the edge that where all this big dense stuff. That makes a lot of sense. But it doesn't mean you have to do it using the same module.
Okay. Yeah.
And I wonder if all of these slots need to be the same too. You know, there's an inherent hierarchy in urban pattern, as you're well aware, of the street spaces. Because right now you have circulation around each house equally on all sides, right? Whereas clearly in New Orleans, most houses are detached and have narrow spaces on two sides, a backyard and a front yard. But you want to minimize the amount of circulation that's actually public access. So you could leave some of those spaces as simply side yards, places where light and air can drift through a little bit. And then really develop more of a plan to your project where there was hierarchy to the grid. And I think that it would be, in addition to the comment that was made about changing the system or developing an alternate pattern of it for Tchoupitoulas, I think that would be great. But it's a very sophisticated project as represented as in the drawings and as you described it. You described it very well, which I think is really an important part of what we do as designers.
Yeah, because then we can argue about the specifics and not kind of. And I do want to, because I started out so rough, I do want to say that I actually love your project.
Thank you.
But I didn't want to lead like that. I got to keep you on your toes. And what I love about it is the kind of smartness of the system. And I kind of like the relentlessness of it. Like, you set up the system, you're not going to break the system. There's something really bold about it, right? And it feels like, Italian 70s super studio a little bit. I don't know if you looked at any of that.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, like it's a very radical project. And that's why I was like putting your feet to the fire with the farm, because I think it's really successful as like a speculation, right? And then we can argue about the merits of it in reality. But I think as a speculation, it's so powerful. And I just want to say, I love the kind of commitment to the graphics, like the line work. It's so beautiful. I don't see pushing. And I think that's right for your project. It's just it's a stellar accomplishment. Don't put content.
But we're not allowed to end the random times, right?
Well, we skipped one, I think, and now we're like, oh.
We're gonna take a
Yeah,
pause.
we have to
Okay.
take 20-minute pause.
Yeah, okay.
We can't be in
You guys
charge
can
of this.
continue.
Yeah. We can't be in charge of this because we're just gonna ruin everything.
20 minutes? We'd love to find a hot cup of coffee at the library.
Yes. Can we go, please? I thought there was gonna be coffee. Taylor, you were supposed to find the coffee.
Oh.
I'm kidding. I'm
We're teasing.
It's late. But yeah.
I know, I'm hungry too.
I saw some pictures. Okay.
Oh, Georgia.
What now? Oh.
I don't even know if I'm. I'm like, oh no. It shows me it's wrong side. Yeah, sorry. That's so pretty. Good job. I know. Yeah. Oh, wait. Thank you. Wait, I'm gonna go, I'm gonna make sure that mine holds up really light. A little more this way, yes. What? Or like a little more this way. This looks so bad on there. The site plan like did not print. Like what? Be like, this is my board. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
¿Tienes el link?
It's not looking so bad. Oh my gosh.
¿Este es el 1 o el 2?
Who's going next? Are we starting with, or is Kaylee?
Sí, se ve, ok. Alright.
Okay, I'm just gonna pull yours up, Kaylee.
To download also one.
Okay, I'm sorry. I mean, yeah. Yeah, it's insane. This one, I love this one. Is she gonna fall? I know, that's what everyone keeps saying. Maybe not. Depends. That's not my. Depends on how my swing goes now, honestly. Huh? Yeah, we were missing someone. So we're taking a break to.
Wait, who are we missing?
Delaney.
Is that here?
Yeah.
Where is she?
Honestly, it felt very well. It's okay, girl.
She's gonna run super late.
Sometimes you miss your final review. That's okay.
That's okay, yeah.
Me last.
Oh.
I'm never stop making jokes about it.
Did you get to make it up whenever?
No.
You just didn't have it?
I like make. I'm gonna show you my stuff right now.
There you go.
And
At least you got
just-
to see. She's
yeah.
gonna be here today.
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna tell you what my board, so she didn't. So, send it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm just excited to just
Wrap her up.
get her done.
Get her done. Get her done.
Got it. 20-page paper right tomorrow.
Yeah, research.
For my theory, for my theory support part.
Oh my god. Yeah. So tired.
I think I'll put you on.
Yeah, I do too.
Like you say interesting things.
Yeah, that actually.
You know? Right, no, I don't feel like we're, sorry, Kalia, yes, fine.
Fine.
Yeah, we're not gonna play bully.
Yeah.
I love that.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna counter that. You'll get independent.
Let's say we're any more candidates.
Yeah.
Okay, let's.
Thank you for being here today. My name is Kaylee, and we're going to be talking.
It's the arrow.
I think it's on the far. Is the clicker not working?
It was working before.
Other way. It is the opposite direction.
Sit down. So discussing the project building blocks.
Just la 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 la.
Yes.
Celebration.
Yes.
Good work.
Yes. Thank you. So here's a glimpse of where it's at. Well, let's go back to kind of the building blocks at the start of everything. So the first project this semester was the horizontal home, and this became a really big typology in the resulting building because of its adaptability to single, double, or triple occupancy. So then we went on to the vertical home, which was really major in creating an anchor between the different floors and exploring the verticality of that building, which is usually pretty low and horizontal. And then the sectional home kind of became a study in this idea of progression from public to private space through like vertical ascension. And all of those kind of came to an end, and then we visited the site. And some key takeaways that I noticed on the site were there's this really large convergence of a variety of communities, including like the industries of Chapachulas, independent businesses on Magazine, and the families and commuters to Ben Franklin Middle School. And I thought that these combined with this really beautiful and somewhat subtle in like the greater context of New Orleans material palette were really important, and these takeaways kind of led to the conclusion that the meta home would be most successful when it's kind of aiming to celebrate the intersection of these vibrant communities and just bringing together the people that are already there. And some really big precedents for how to do this effectively are the experimental community living that Helen and Hart explored in the Venice Biennale, and also kind of this greater organization of New Orleans and the French Quarter and how they do that through porches and walkways and things like that. So that led to the diagrams of how it was organized. We started out by mapping the occupiable space, and then from there punching in the vertical cores, and then developing light wells to create paths into and out of the project, and creating light within the structure so that no area was too dark or dim. And then we punched in the circulation, which became a larger part than just point of like transportation from interior to exterior. I wanted to kind of celebrate the opportunity to gather and come together in these spaces and really use the hallway as a vehicle for that. And then from there, we filled in the rest of the space with the houses. And here's kind of a diagram that highlights the power of those vertical spaces. It's a little dim around here. Basically, the light wells were really important in making sure that any interior facing rooms would still have light and kind of a distance between where that window would be and where people are occupying, like the hallways. And so from there, this is the first floor, which remained completely open to the public and houses community centers, markets, and recreation, as well as a really large park space, so that people who are coming from these other communities, whether it's Magazine or Ben Franklin, have a place to gather in this block and can kind of come with a greater context than just the people who are living in the upper floors. And then here you can notice a little bit more privacy. There's some communal kitchens happening, spaces to relax and sit, gather, things like that. And the grain was kept pretty low because again with map buildings, I think it's important to keep it kind of lower to the ground, and in the greater context of the site, it makes sense to kind of keep it within the height of the surrounding houses and the school. Here's a zoom in on that section, kind of the variety of living that can happen within housing. And then this is kind of an experimental propagation of if this were to expand amongst the 9 blocks. And this is also just a bigger ground of what it looks like right now.
far as experience goes, the two major moments within this were kind of the opportunity for these trees to bisect these light wells and these spaces. And so that became really pivotal. And also, again, this opportunity for gathering in the hallways. And then as far as pragmatics go, there are 4 different typologies and 5 vertical cores. So we have kind of 2, or a medium size, a large size, another medium / individual unit size, and another individual size. And I wanted to kind of keep the unit smaller and with an emphasis on like the middle occupancy because of the opportunity to expand the living into the hallways, and also because I think it's important to create to continue the mixed income so that everyone can invest in the community and in the project and each other.
Maybe place it on one of your favorite images. We'll probably ask you to move. But.
Yeah, that's what we could place.
Well, since we're looking at the ground floor, it might be an interesting place to start. I appreciate the fact that you differentiated, you recognize that the ground floor is inherently different. Programming aggressively with things that can activate it. So I think that that was a good strategic decision. I would argue that that could be explored further in section, because although you've tried to keep the project low for reasons that are clear, if you had treated the ground floor as a double space, you wouldn't have had to adjust your stairs or anything like that, and there would be a generosity to the whatever and adaptability really to whatever kinds of public programs would occupy that realm. So that's just a small suggestion. I think the project has a lot of clarity to it. I do think that it's not really recognizing Tchoupitoulas as a distinct, because of the way you set up the pattern, but I suspect that there will be ways of developing a little bit greater density and more normative mixed use in that area. Like benefit the pragmatics of the project if you chose.
Yeah, I totally agree. It seems to be in conversation with Cassie's project from before. Like it's kind of an alternative take on the dissolve or whatever. I think that was what. It's like the pixelization of the figure. And then it's kind of interesting because we don't get an urban form that's recognizable in any way. When you were showing it kind of the propagation drawing, I was having a hard time finding where your insertion was. And I'm still wrestling with myself whether I think that's successful or not. But I think it's compelling that it mixes into the community in a way, because of the low rise, it feels so natural. And I think that's a very kind of strong part of the project for me. Although I do appreciate, John, you always mentioning treat Tchoupitoulas differently. But just like to think big picture a little bit just about the massing, I think it's really beautiful, the section, the way it works. And I think if you incorporate Judy's comment, I think it'll make it much more successful, because I see a basketball court, but it needs a little bit more height than what you're giving it, likely for it to work. But I love the ambition of the ground floor. I think for it to be so open and porous and a part of the city, like literally welcoming you into that ground plane to kind of explore and see things, I think it's really, really compelling and succeeds in that way really well.
Yeah, could we go to the next level, please? Yeah, I think here's where it's got both positives and negatives. The positives are it's got so much perimeter, so it could really breathe. So I can imagine all of these walls having lots of openings and louvers, allowing a lot of airflow. It's got a tremendous amount of perimeter. On the other hand, it's also got this vast amount of, again, I would say undistinguished programmatically circulation. So there just is an enormous amount of circulation, which may or may not be occupied, like you have to design it. I've already made that point on the previous project. The other thing is, because of the approach, I think both in this project and the previous project, there's a sense of the scale of the room comes across really strongly and really well, and that's the essence of the dwelling. So I think that's really great. What's not so clear is what the nature of it as a building is. So if we go to your axon. Yeah, I like the sections too. The axon it's kind of a jumble, and so I'm trying to put it into the context of my New Orleans neighborhood. And I like the fact that you've taken and said, okay, what if this new way of building started to go around the neighborhood? I think that's really interesting. But I think it also shows how disparate the project is. And it seems like one of the opportunities would be to take the edge of the project, particularly the chopping tools, but maybe the uptown edge as well, and make that a wall. In other words, rather than let the atoms all be individually articulated, make a wall that includes those elements. It's easy to do. It wouldn't change a thing in plan, make it section. But it would start to give the thing a sense of scale that is at the scale of the block or at the scale of the building, rather than only at the scale of the unit. And I think urbanistically, that could be really important. I think sometimes there's a desire that we have to work with a smaller scale, thinking that it's more humane and so forth. And I'm really sympathetic with that. On the other hand, sometimes there's also, I showed a couple examples already, sometimes there's a real benefit that comes from just being a little bit tougher and just making the edge, let it be an edge. And I think this is actually, if you take Judy's suggestion about raising up the ground floor more, I mean, if we're really talking about what would be a 4-story building, which is, I think completely appropriate in New Orleans. In that way, it would give it a little bit less of this busyness, this sort of articulation, I would say over articulation and massing, and a little bit more unity. Now, you could also play the thing where on the outside edge, it tends to look more uniform, but then when you come into your big courtyard, all of a sudden you see the scale of the room much more articulated rather than the scale of the whole. But what's missing to me right now is the scale of the whole. There's another way of doing it, which I'm not sure if I'll mention it just to think about this. Another way of unifying this thing, which I think it desperately needs, is to put a big roof over it. And one of the more successful projects I've seen that's done that is that there's a Jean Nouvel addition to a famous art museum in Madrid, in which he just put this gigantic roof over this thing. It tends to unify what's underneath it, even though it doesn't touch what's underneath it. Now here, the roof, and actually that was the original idea for the LPC. That thing was supposed to have, those slats that go on the PC wall side, those slats were supposed to go all the way across that entire building. But of course, because of budgetary considerations, they couldn't do it. On the other hand, think how nice it would be if you put a giant slat thing on top of, I guess there would be 2 or 3 of them on top of these things. It would tend to mediate the harsh light condition, maybe even catch rain to some degree, and also, again, unify the building so that it becomes more than a collection of parts.
Can you go back to the second floor plan? Because you mentioned something about, you said it really briefly, communal kitchen. Can you point to that?
There's one here, and then there's one here. I think there's a smaller one here.
Yeah, so they don't lose their personal kitchens, but
No.
there's an extra one.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I think really speaks to the ambition of the project, where to answer John's question about the amorphous kind of race space of your project, like what does that want to be? I think it's a spill out of the home. larger versions of what's happening inside of the home. So a larger kitchen, a larger living room, a larger social space for entertaining people. But I think you have to make it clear, and I think you could do it in simple diagrams, like even for your portfolio, to go back and diagram that out on top of this plan about how those spaces spill out and become more communal spaces, and how do they get programmed beyond, you know, just what you're saying, and how do you negotiate between your neighbors? Like, is there like a sign up sheet for like on Wednesday at 3 p.m. I'm taking this for my kid's birthday or something like that? Like, how does that work? Like, I really want to animate this out because I think that is the ambition of the project. But it's not exactly clear yet. Like, we have to speculate to get there. And I think your perspectives start to hint at it, like especially that one right there with the green, the patch of green on top of the roof. Like, I think it could be done through a system of coding like different hatches for the roof. Like, this is green, this is not green, this is deck, right? This is this is that. Like, have a system for yourself so it's not all kind of homogeneously one thing. Because obviously you're thinking about it as different things. So as much detail as you gave the inside of your unit, give that same detail to the outside of the unit, because that is the project.
Yeah, I think that's a good comment. I particularly like the idea that there's maybe like an outdoor kitchen. So the outdoor kitchen is for crawfish stuff, or it's for the kind of things that you do with groups of people rather than the things that you do individually for a simple meal. That makes a lot of sense. But I will say, I'm going to give you another example of the kind of problematic of the semi-design indoor outdoor space, and it is at the Beacon. Did you guys visit the Beacon? Did you go to the South Market buildings and look at them? Okay, the Beacon is the one that EDR did, and it has a very public. The building kind of it floats on the, what is that, the Girard Street side, I guess. The building floats, and underneath it there's a very public, very colorful outdoor stair. The problem is, and it's very unclear about who's supposed to occupy it or what they're supposed to do, and so it never gets occupied. In fact, sometimes they even put little barriers on it, and because the residents don't really want people who aren't residents using it, and the people who aren't residents aren't really sure if they can use it. And it turns out, I think in the original scheme, you were supposed to be able to climb that and go in the lobby, which was going to be at the top of the stair. They changed it. So now the lobby's on the ground floor, so you actually walk around this element. And if you do climb to the top of it, there's nothing there. So it's when you set up the cues for people to do stuff spatially, then as Omar said, you got to follow through with design elements that give people really a good opportunity to enact. So I'm going to show you. Here's the big roof idea. So there's the see all the things happening. So what happens is many different things can happen under the big roof, because the big roof is such a strong element that it unifies. And so I think that might be what you're see big roof. So you can put a lot of different stuff under a big roof. This one, because it's in Madrid, it actually has giant holes in it to let light down into a courtyard. There's the courtyard. But you could also do it with slats or do it with some sort of sun control device, but it would still act as a unifier for a project that has so many parts.
Yeah, it's a nice strategy for dealing with changes of scale. I mean, it wouldn't quite work here because of the depth that you have, but it would be really cool to have a major roof, tall roof structure on top of it.
Yes, yeah.
So that would just be outdoors, just to collect the people hanging out on the south side next to a restaurant or whatever.
And then down below, you've got this big open space that's now shaded and comfortable, and even arranged, you can still inhabit it. So it makes a lot of sense. And again, it doesn't change the plan, it doesn't change your strategy at all, but it tends to unify it.
But your project's very, I don't want to sound at all negative. I think your project has inherent strengths. I love the courtyards with the trees growing up through them, and the sense of the delicacy of scale is actually one of the virtues of the project. And so I think that it really shows some sophistication. I have one small comment which really applies to everyone, and it's always a dilemma for me. How do you draw something like that, that, and that, in, that are, you know, those houses that are very close proximity to your projects. You've chosen them very lightly, as if they're almost not there. Another way of thinking about it would be to draw them with great specificity, as if you don't own them, but speculate about where the rooms are, be specific about what the porch is, so that they're really in conversation with your additions to the world.
Yeah, I love that comment because it prepares them for the next step also.
All right, that's our time.
Yeah, it's really cool. So this, that space in Venice and Biennale, the museum pavilion.
It's their thing,
Right,
right?
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah.
The ideas here at Titus.
Yeah, it was there once.
My dream is to have John's life. Something.
Actually, you want it now, but you can't have it.
I want it now. Yeah, I'm dead here. I want to be
Yeah,
up.
exactly.
Okay, quick, sugar is down. Hi, everyone. I'm Emma Clark Lester. My project style is the Meta Garden. It's a collective housing proposal centered around collective outdoor space. So starting with some previous work, since the start of the semester, I've been fascinated with living spaces that incorporate indoors and outdoors, and then the interaction of those zones residentially. This is just a drawing that I like of my extra small space of habitation designed for hikers in the Swiss Alps. My sectional home in particular was very influential to my project. A home for 5 students, the sectional home features an open air central vertical core, off of which a series of cantilevering levels switch off. You can see this open stairwell here. The skeleton of this home was integral to my project, as each unit in my meta home employs a central space. There's also ascending levels of domesticity. As you go up the stairs in the sectional home, you transition from the public, louder spaces to more private bedrooms. And then my greenhouse stair was just also about the interaction of inhabitable space and circulation around vegetation. In terms of site observations, I was focused on the materiality found in the site. There was very rich natural colors of both, there's both rich colors of the natural materials and the man-made. You know, there's bright houses all around New Orleans. It's very characteristic of the city, and that's no different in this site, in this urban block. As for precedents, Ronald Rainier's Poussin Garden City is a low-rise matte building with narrow passageways and individual private green space. This is quite influential to me. This is in, wait, I really, no,
A name like that must be
Austria. I think it's Austria. Yeah, Austria. I'm sorry, it's in Austria. Yes, this precedent was important to me. Yeah, and every unit has its own individual entryway outdoor space, which I loved. As well as in VRDV's Losia with the checkerboard patterning of the overlay of units and plan with open gaps of space and the central unified courtyards, as well as Erzberger's Great Hall. This sort of common part to congregate in and have public space was really influential to my project. And as for my intentional community, I designed for the urban outdoorsman. I don't have it for a specific age or occupation. I wanted diversity of sort of demographic and socioeconomic class, but still a person who can work in the city and benefit from the urban environment, yet still wants to retreat into a more serene natural environment. Here, this is my split isometric, and you can see the presence of the green space tucked away beneath the residences that lays below the buildings. This is my Great Hall. It's taken from Erzberger's Great Hall. It's an entryway from the street where you're invited in through a boulevard of trees, and this is a coffee shop and an open sort of area for a farmer's market, and this is the relocated Frankie and Johnny's. So it's inviting you back into the site and inviting a interaction with the neighborhood.
this is not showing up well on here, but this is my side plan just to see at the urban scale the insertion of this green space. There are 4 different types of units. Like I said, I wanted a range of residents. So type A for the young couple, type A and B are found on the ground floor exclusively. And then types C and D are stacked on top. And like I said, they all are aligned by this vertical core that's open air. This is the arrangement of the unit types A and B on the ground floor accessed on the ground. And then these pink rectangles represent, they're the same stairwells that are in the private homes. They've been anchored on the corners of the sort of radiating garden regions for the residences. The Great Hall is here. And so you ascend here, and then there are these vertical streets that carry you on the second level as your entry to the unit type C and D. And that happens again on the 4th floor where there could be a rooftop garden. This is my first floor plan again. Here's the Great Hall where you come in with a boulevard of trees and split off into the privacy of these garden homes. There are orchards with the trees and places for harvest so that the residents could grow things and sell them in this open air market area. I really wanted to emphasize the collective space of the Great Hall, because one of the things I love about New Orleans is Jackson Square and how that's a place for artists to gather. And I tried to put my art in Jackson Square, and it's really hard to. So I wanted to, you have to get a license. So I wanted to,
your own space.
so I was making my own space. So that's the concept here. Coffee shop and Frankie and Johnny's. And then you can see here, this is the vertical street, which you access through the public pores and enter your units on the 2nd story. There's my 3rd and 4th plan. And section, there's a green space. I want the trees. You can see the vertical, the rooftop gardens. Pretty diagrammatic. This is not showing up well on the screen. I would encourage you to look at my board, but this is from the Great Hall, sort of going in. There are people vending in this open air market and vegetation. I just kind of want you to be overwhelmed with, when you come in, this sense of lush. When New Orleans, after it rains, you drive down St. Charles, it's gorgeous. So I kind of want it to be like that. This is in one of the private garden quadrants. The orchards, and again, my exploded isometric. Back to that, but
To one of the plans, maybe the ground floor.
yes.
I'm trying to
understand. So the circulation is all there. So the stairs that occupy these spaces are private stairs, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Internal to the units?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so everyone moves around through these.
Yes, and they're anchored in these corners that you're encouraged to sort of come in, and you go there and you circulate on the 2nd story, on the 2nd level, the vertical street. But on the ground floor, you can just access your unit, and you go sort of, there's like a front porch. There are paths that are delineated that go underneath the walkways on the 1st level.
We've seen a variety of circulation networks today, and in several schemes, it's expanded to become social space. We've had significant conversations about that. In yours, it's sort of shrunk to allow the courtyards to be larger and to operate primarily as a transportation network. And I think that it's, I'm not saying that one is good and one is bad, although I do think your units lack private outdoor space of any type. And it seems like there could easily have been a zone of a zone between the street and the unit, a porch zone effectively, provide some kind of orbit as well as buffer for light and air. But I've mentioned earlier the importance of treating the ground floor differently.
Yes.
And we've also mentioned earlier the issue of Chapatulas. So, one can make that remark about your project quite easily, but I don't want to dwell on it.
Can you explain how your units work again? Because
Yeah.
I must have missed the interior stair.
Well, so there aren't interior stairs on the first floor because they're single story units. But that's sort of a covered outdoor space, I imagined, to still keeping that outdoors, but sort of intermediary area between the residential, the sort of bedroom area and kitchen and dining. For the units on the second story, there are the stairs are ascend half levels. They're switched back like from the sectional home. Again, with the ascending levels of domesticity, I put the bedrooms on the top floors of each so that maybe the vantage point from the bedroom feels like you're living amongst the treetops. But you ascend from the vertical walkway, the vertical street, into either the living room or this like an entryway with a greenhouse, and then you switch up.
So that's an outdoor stair.
Yes.
So doesn't that mean that it would be horizontal circulation on the third floor?
Right, there's none. It's,
good.
yes,
Okay,
you only
so-
have it on the second and the fourth floor.
Okay,
That's
good.
if you see
Okay,
it in
So
this.
then that means that on the third floor, you could have balconies.
Right.
Individual
Right.
balconies that wouldn't have any circulation issue.
Mhm.
So I think that would be a nice addition to the
I didn't
project.
even think about that.
Well, everybody likes communal space or
Yes.
quasi communal space, but everybody also likes private outdoor
Right.
space. So one doesn't, they're so different, one doesn't really substitute for eliminating the desirability of the other.
Right.
The thing I like about the project the most is the multiplicity of courtyards that have a variety of scales.
Thank you.
And I think all the scales are pretty good. Just as a feeling of the size of the space compared to the height of the walls. And so it would give each of those, 5 or 6 different courts their own identity.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have to give them the letters of the alphabet. They would be discriminated with planting or with water treatment or all kinds of other color flowers, all kinds of other stuff. So I think that would be a way of giving a good sense of identity to the project at a scale, not at the individual unit, not at the overall block, but at the sort of intermediate range of 10 units or 15 units, and who are your neighbors?
Mhm.
So
That's why I sort of wanted to cultivate in the private garden areas is, you know, there are tables to sit at and lounge against the trees and whatnot. You can see in the perspective. And so I want them to have their own identity.
they probably end up being gated.
Right.
It's too bad.
I know.
But that seems to be the way things are going. Of course, in 21.
I think if I lived there, I'd move them.
Yeah, well, see, now it's an easy, especially with the key card stuff or the just touch stuff, it doesn't have too much of an architectural implications, major implications, social. Pretty straightforward.
I think you've accomplished so much in this project
Thanks.
that you even had a hard time explaining it because there were so many layers. It's like an onion, you keep peeling away the layer. And I think like just stepping back and thinking about the pedagogy of the studio, I really think you took on a lot. And it really felt like a body of work, the way that you described your process from the horizontal home, I guess is the one you started with, all the way to this one. Every one of them kind of built on each other, and you incorporated it into the whole, which I think is kind of like the ambition of the studio, right?
Yeah.
I mean, right? And I love that. Like from a design point of view, I have tons of things that I might have done differently. But I think just thinking about it as an exercise, I think you really accomplished a lot in a very limited amount of time. And your ground floor is great. Like I love that there's these open kind of passages that lead to the secret gardens or whatever you called it. And I like that each one of those courtyards has its own personality, but you've completely mixed the type of people living there. So we live, this is maybe breaking the fourth wall, but we live up in Gentilly and our whole street is retired folks.
Right.
And we're like the young people on the block, but they love it. They
Yeah,
love
it's
seeing
fun.
us there and like we walk our dog and like, I think the mixing of people is actually really important. Like you could have easily done it in this way where like retired folks over here, young people over here. And that's kind of what we see a lot of times in these kind of projects, like you section off people.
Right.
But actually people want to be together. Like I want to have conversations with people about what New Orleans was like
Right.
in the 60s and 70s, and they want to talk to me about what I think being like a new transplant here. So I think that the richness of that mixing can't be really understated. It's really important, and I think it really comes to the project. And you took on a ton, like the Great Hall. I was thinking like that, the incorporation of that in the project was something like no one asked you to do that, but you saw it as an important thing, having a gateway to your intentional community, which I think we haven't really seen like yet, and I think that's a really strong product. But it's a great project. Thank you. Very popular.
Yeah, can you go to your section? I have two comments about the project, but you know, I know I was arguing for differentiation at the grade level. Really. And if, however, and I think that this is a fairly straightforward lesson that you all should probably be aware of, if you've made the decision or the program makes it for you that you are going to put residential at the ground level, there's a very simple strategy for developing privacy there, so that if I'm walking down the sidewalk, I don't have full surveillance of the unit. And it's very simple. You raise it up about 3 feet. And then between the 3 feet of raising the floor up, most residential windows have a 30-inch sill. And if there's any vegetation, it basically means that if I'm walking down a sidewalk, the person, I can't see into the unit so easily. They can see out to the street effortlessly. So it's a subtle differentiation of level. You see it in most urban situations that you're probably familiar with. And things like porches, et cetera, or some kind of zone public. The other thing that I find fascinating is, could we go to the unit that has the sort of outdoor stair?
Yes. Unit type slide.
Yeah, I guess. So I wanted to make sure that I understood this, but this is, my bedroom's over here. And this is another bedroom in the unit. I go outside, and down here, my kitchen dining is here, and I walk outside to get to that.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, of course, you probably are aware of it. It's a radical idea. The notion of moving outdoors to go from one part of your house to another is extremely unusual, and but it's really interesting. And if you, and I'm not sure you described it fully this way, but I think it could be highlighted more, but that stair then becomes your outdoor social space. And so if you could expand, you could figure out a way to expand one of the landings so that you can have a table there.
Okay.
So that the notion of the occupiable stair, which is in the early project, could resonate into this radical unit.
Okay.
Don't underestimate the difficulty of deploying such a thing, but it's a powerful idea.
Yeah, I think that's right. Of course, it would have to have a roof, but the roof wouldn't have to be at the same height as the roof of the rooms. So it could be up another 5 feet, so air can circulate and get out. But obviously, you have to shelter the stair from the rain. But I think Judy's idea is really good. If you took that landing, either landing or both landings, and turned them into rooms, then they become occupiable outdoor porches.
Right.
And another way to inhabit the unit.
And
And you can imagine if you're having a party, you know, how people sit on stairways.
Yeah.
The kids always sit on the stairs. Again, it's like peeling the onion. There's so much.
There's a lot.
You know, this thing about going outside to other parts of your house, it's increasingly rare in air-conditioned environments, and that's the big condition. I spent a couple weeks in Cuba several years ago when we could go there, and it was amazing how much circulation was outside.
Right.
It was basically all outside, and so something like this would be second nature to people in Cuba. Now, the reason is the climate there, because it's an island and because you're never that far from the sea. The weather is not as difficult as it is. It tends to be more even. Like it's always 80 degrees throughout the year. So you don't even need complete enclosure. Whereas here it might get down to 40. But it really showed me that you don't have to have things enclosed. This idea of a stair that's not conditioned space, it really does make sense. And if the climate stuff continues to go the way it's going, in another 80 years, I mean, it's going to be like Singapore and New Orleans. So the more you can have And also energy is going to be super expensive, possibly. So the more you can have this unconditioned but comfortable, because air can move through from side to side, the better off people are going to be.
Right.
So I think it's a really smart idea. At first, it seems kind of, what would you say, fanciful almost, but then the more you think about it and the more you make it really integral, really inhabitable,
Right.
The more people say, oh, it's second nature.
Right.
It's no problem.
Must have learned from being in the millions.
Yes. Right. Yes, I did. From having to go outside to go to use the bathroom. I did. That was my precedent.
Oh, gosh.
Thank you.
Well,
What's going on?
Thing going on here.
The drawings are on the other side. Got it.
It's all orchestrated.
Oh, and just watch the lunch break like the first layer.
Wow. Well, oil machine.
It's like
We're trying.
Johnstone's galleries.
I love that.
So practice is what I do. So if you go, yeah.
So I am Daniela, and this is my project, NOLA Active. So NOLA Active is a multi-generational, mixed-income, community-oriented towards an active lifestyle of fitness and wellness. Despite their differences in background, social status, and age, the NOLA Active community works towards a common goal, which is growth through recreation. Okay, so for the morphology of the project, I have this diagram which basically shows how the form came to be. So I started with this rectangular block. Then I removed the central portion to create a courtyard space in the middle and a light well. Then I created a split in the volume which separates the residential portion, like the private spaces, from the public recreation spaces. Then I created this ramp entrance at the front facade of the building to facilitate public access. And then lastly, I added these structural elements for support. Okay, so this is a programmatic diagram, which basically shows the split of the building. The top portion is the residential private space. This middle void is a running track that is open to the public as well as the residents of the community, and the bottom portion, which is amenities and retail. Okay, so for my first plan, this is cutting through that track space. It basically shows how the building opens up to the ground floor and how you can access the running track, this is elevated. And then in the center courtyard space, you have like the basketball court, tennis courts, and then here on the back you have swimming pool, benches. Okay, so this is
It's just the line work. It's really dense.
This is the residential floor plan, which basically shows the units together and the circulation.
So that's an upper floor.
So here is a section which shows that bottom portion, which is public, which has amenity and retail spaces on the corners, and then it also shows a little bit of that courtyard space in the middle, the basketball and tennis courts. And then on this top portion is the residential units and the single loaded floors. So here is the circulation explained. So I have 3 vertical cores that then lead to
a single loaded corridor on that top residential portion, which leads to private units. And also all the stairwells are open air to like engage the surrounding activity and make it like part of the experience. So here is an explanation of the units. I have 2 unit types. The first unit type is 912 square feet. This is like the basic standard module, which is 38 by 24. And then the second unit type is basically this first module duplicated and put into an L shape. And then here is how those units come together. In some cases, I take out volumes to create like more private communal spaces on that top residential portion. And then these spaces here create balconies for the units. And then here's the perspective of that track split void. And then there's the entrance, the central courtyard space, and that like engaging stair. My grades are not really.
So what happens at the ground floor? Obviously, I've been harping on the theme of the ground floor all day, and you're not going to get away from it. So where's your ground floor plan?
I don't really have a ground floor plan because it's all like retail spaces, which are here.
Under the slope.
Yeah, under the slope, exactly. Right here. And yeah, they're all like locals for.
Where's the ramp? You mentioned the ramp. Is the ramp part of the track idea?
Yeah.
Where's the ramp? So can you get to the track through a ramp from the ground?
Yeah, exactly. So as you can see here, you can come in through the ground floor, and so it should show up better. Yeah, it's not really showing up well, but okay. So yeah, this is yeah, the track ramps up from here. So this portion over here is like 18 feet tall, but this is ground floor level.
So this is what you're calling your ground floor, but it's really ground and podium.
Yeah, exactly. You can see it better in like. So yeah.
I think there'd be a better way to do that, of having maybe on the park side, on the side away from Tchoupitoulas, to have a linear ramp that's the whole length of the bar, because that would allow you to go up, I think, in a pretty expeditious way. I think we're trying to come up, because you're going to come up by 20 feet, 15 or 20 feet.
What's the rise?
Sorry?
What's the rise on the first one?
It's 1 to 12 ratio. This is 18 feet right there.
18. Okay. Where's Tchoupitoulas on the right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we've talked about making reference to context in previous projects, you know, the extraordinary difference in scale between Annunciation and Tchoupitoulas. You have chosen to ignore that, so it is a huge issue for this site, but let's take your project within its own terms, which has decided not to deal with that. The concept of having a sort of commercial street level, particularly where on the Tchoupitoulas side, arguably would need to be a bit different on the Annunciation side, and then developing a kind of set of outdoor spaces in between the commercial spaces and the residential spaces. So the residential spaces are covered above, and this covered outdoor place exists below, is a really good idea. It's been used in a variety of settings, particularly in California. There's some projects by Michael Maltzan architects who use that. I don't know that, I think the idea that being a running track is too simplistic. You're obviously athletic. You would go nuts running around this track more than twice. Really what it wants to be is a social space for the residents, probably have a daycare center, because it looks like most of your units are large, play areas for children, Lord knows what else. But there are many, as well as maybe some athletic facilities. But it needs to be a highly programmed space, in my opinion. It can have interior spaces, and it can and should have interior spaces as well. And then the larger issue is how you meet how the residents integrate into the life of the street. And that feels like it has only barely been touched. So, even getting to, can we go to a plan where you see and it's sort of indicative because you didn't draw that plan, but let's see the plan of so if I'm coming home from a restaurant on this side or a restaurant on this side, how do I even get to that? Do I have to go here, walk up there, find that? This feels like a barrier rather than
Yeah, I still wanted to like elaborate that around forward if we have time to, but the idea is that it's like all open. So you could like walk through that bottom portion, like through here, and you could come in through here, and then you have access to the circulation through like inside that bottom part.
Get back to your perspective. Yeah, to me, this has a really good feeling because you get this sense of the juxtaposition and combination of activities, which is basically the city. And so I really like the urban aspect of this. And I guess I was thinking about this the other day. One of the few real innovations in architecture in the last 75 years was Cool House recognizing that you could take the street from the city and make it a ramp and bring the city up into a building in a very comfortable way. And I think that's what this project is showing in this drawing. The thing that seems even more potentially strong is this notion that the people who are living in these units get the sense of the track and the other people in the city being their neighbors. And I think if you could also extend it downward to the ground level where it's only internet, but have that same feeling of connection between the neighborhood and the building in a way that doesn't require an elevator or a key, that you just kind of flow into this world. It's still part of the city. I think that's really, really great. And I like the feeling that the stairs are outdoors and this whole thing is and the residents are raised up so that there's airflow across this open space. And I guess I would say I think the track's really quick because one of the problems, two big problems, one is it's too hot, it's too sunny. And so here the track is in shade. It's part of the second, or it's raining. And so the track is protected from the rain. And the other one is there's no hills. So by having a ramp, you generate hills. So hills, when you're training, the hills are really important. So ramp is very, a lot of people come to run because of the ramp. So I think that's another aspect of the project. Quite desirable and unique. And so I think that makes it.
Yeah, I've been wrestling with the project because I really, really love the ambition of it. The diagram is really clear to me, like the section of it, like you go up, that bottom space gets used. But I think the diagram wasn't fully resolved. Like, and I think this view kind of shows it. Like the ramp is just this pink step, right? Whereas I think you could actually really program the ramp to do more for you. Like you can make a tribune stair, like how here at the Commons, the big steps. Like you can subdivide the ramp because it's what, 20 feet probably or something like that wide, maybe even more. Like that's a lot of space for just running, right? So like think about like taking it beyond the diagram and actually working out the kinks. And I think that then requires that first floor to be cut properly and not this like kind of skewed cut that you have. Where you show some of the ground and then some of the podium level. But I think this project is very different from other ones that we've seen because it's super urbanistic. Even though it doesn't respond to Tchoupitoulas, it doesn't really have that, but it feels very urban. And I think it's what you're saying. It's the Carpenter Center or the Rem Koolhaas thing where the ramp like really brings you in. Yeah, it's a mega block.
Yep.
And I love seeing this in relation to the other projects because it's an interesting conversation.
Yes.
This project is like a conversation piece, right?
Yep.
Like you made a really broad, bold move, but I think you didn't work it out to the degree that you were supposed to. And I think it's kind of shown in like the second and third floor plans too, where you just have empty rooms, like they don't have the degree of detail that you show in your unit plans. So it's very hard to understand it like as a whole. Like I'm understanding it in chunks and pieces. So work on it, like keep working on it. Like it really deserves it because it's such a strong gesture. And I think it makes me want more, which is good. Yeah.
I'll just say one other thing, if we go to one of the plans, the upper level, unit levels plan. Yeah, that one. It seems to me in this project also that those two bars wouldn't necessarily be the same size, the same height. That the bar on the street edge might be taller, and the bar toward the middle of the block might be short. Maybe it's the other way around, because the way your circulation works, the circulation would still work. So that one of those bars then becomes a roof terrace, and then the other one goes up maybe another 2 or 3 stories. So that then it also, I'd probably step it down. I'd probably have the bottom one be the tallest, and the middle one be 3 stories, maybe 4 stories. The bottom one maybe 6 or 7 stories, and then gradually cascades down to the level of the ground. But then I think at the level of the ground, probably needs some more design work there too to make that then feel like part of the project, as opposed to random.
Definitely, I like still have a lot to work on that ground level, but like the idea was to open it up to like the whole surroundings and sort of like give back what I'm taking away with like this massive.
That's a great point. Sure. So what if this bar, there's another bar like that that's right there, and it's a linear giant swimming pool for the view.
Great.
Yeah. So you excavate it, and then all the neighborhood kids can swim in that.
Given the athleticism of your residents.
Yeah, see, the whole complex is a fitness center.
Given that, I would be tempted to explore 2-level units so that that would allow you to drop away some of your hallways. In other words, you could only have 2 hallways and therefore have everyone have the ability to continue the sense of the promenade. So I run out my front door and then run into run up the stairs if I want to, or there could be a stairway in the, by the way, this, if you kept this unit, you'd almost certainly flip this and this because this bedroom has no window. It would be easy to do. But can we look at the one of the residential floors? Okay, so well, instead of treating the stairs like corkscrews, down, you imagine that I walk out my front door. I maybe I'm over here. I find a straight run stair that brings me down to the next level, and then I continue down, and eventually I find a ramp that shoots me out to the street. So I start my trajectory of exercise.
That's great.
The minute I open my front door, and maybe then extend it up through the unit so that it's a stack.
2 means of egress. Like one is like the quick way, and one is the
exactly. Exactly.
It'd be great. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, definitely. Just want to keep on thinking all these ideas and develop that.
That's great. You just.
There's a lot to think about.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much.
I think it's great too. Top one. Beautiful job. We didn't even talk about the structural thing that's going on.
Yeah.
It's like a town hall.
Yes, right.
Town hall, meeting Nina Bobardi.
Yeah, the Bobardi one, the red. Yeah. Is that also circulation? And Lena Bobardi's is structural.
Yes.
It is.
Circulation.
It is circulation.
It goes over the top as well.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah.
circulation, and then it becomes.
It's circulation to the gallery level.
See how you-
He gets around. I have not been to.
Last but not least, for the AM crew.
Definitely not least.
We'll see.
Yeah, the jury's out.
Is it this button?
Control L. The gallery.
So this is Cole, and this is going to be the living plinth.
I love all the names, by the way.
Yeah.
They stick with me. Is that a requirement, or did you all just really like to name them?
Yeah, we were creative, you know, it's the name sense of that. So how did I get to this? First, this is my horizontal house. I focus on the courtyard for this one, deriving inspiration. Then for my tower, circulation of the bridges, so exterior circulation. Then for my sectional, this focal point, where someone will enter and wrap around that building. And then my inhabited stairs, this terrain that kind of folds down and up again, creating different types of seating. So these all culminate into the building design. But how did I look at the city? So the New Orleans isn't really a radial city, nor is it a grid. It kind of follows the water here, so that it kind of, I don't know if it's a refractal or I haven't found a name for it, but it all kind of bends to the water. So that's where I found this side block.
Perpendicular to the river.
Yeah, yeah. So finding this grid context, I oriented my housing units along this axis. 13 degrees, I think, is another student's project. Then void for circulation, where you'll see this is where the public corridors are located. Then slide for every unit will have a public and private balcony. Then shelter. So I wanted everyone to take place in all the activities on this plinth. So having a cohesive plain roof, like I mentioned before, tying it all together. And then this is my communal space, which also has a separate roof, but has a relationship. Then the scale is quite massive compared to everything, but having an undulating kind of height, which you'll see in my model, really ties it together.
Was that true north? If you go back, that's true north.
This, or
The paper. Or maybe
yes, yes. Just making sure.
Well, there is no paper.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea. Okay, I see. So this is for artists. There are quite a few units just dedicated single bedroom for artists, and then they'll take place. Their workshop and studio will be underneath the plant, if you'll see this shortly. My intentional community will benefit the larger area because of this creative aspect and tie together the community to this city. So precedents that resulted in the formation of this building. The Hinge House by Stephen Hall. This is in China, and what he was able to do, which this is right in the middle, he had all the circulation on a bar, and then all these units stemming out. The Barcelona market, where one big roof tying together all this activity. Then in Rice University, they have these very small shades or louvers.
That's a beautiful one. Thomas Ryan.
And then the Olympic Park, the gates in Seattle, where this train folds over this busy train station or train. So that all culminated into this design. then the units, how the housing come along. These are the studios or the artists' units where they could be two together. So one and the other kind of bookmarks, then or one two across. Then three, same style, or well, these kind of allow for them to be more compactly organized. Then large, extra large. So it's not just going to be artists, but as well as larger families, which are up to 5 bedrooms. This, I figured the color wouldn't show up, so this is how all the reds are, as we see in red, where it's a single unit with smalls, mediums, large. And the colors have no, these are just to show the delineation between how like 3 and 3 won't put together. This is very grainy, much clearer on the page here of the root of the floor plan. And then the second as well, you'll see there, and then higher and higher. This one is, I left these color coded so you can see the relationship between how they all fit together. And, other section with the hint in the background. Then a diagram of, like I mentioned before, so we got public circulation, and then everyone gets their own public balcony. And then on the back of the unit, a floor beneath or above, you'll have your private. And then wide roof, right? Tying it together, yes, but also rain control, where I see gravel and collect storage of water, as well as sun. Can't really see the shade, but you can see how these louvers will control sunlight. And then them together in perspectives. This is on top of the plinth, underneath the commercial area, studios. This is the public balconies that everyone goes into their own unit. And then the private, where it's, you have your own space and enough space so you're not looking into someone's backyard. And then exploded. That's how I act.
You wanted us to continue?
Yeah, I wanted to before we finish up. Everything here's fine work. Break it up.
So everything at Graves are studios for the residents.
Say again?
That's street level. Are those all studios?
So in the back, there's collective work studios, yes, but in the front here will be partially.
So underneath these buildings.
Here, so I can show you on the ground plan.
I would because then they work with bigger. So it just seems like pushing big steps out. Sure, so 1 second, this is really yeah. But I like the way it's worded instead of liquid. Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
The roof could be more independent.
Yeah.
Units below. So that breathing space between the two.
Well, what do you gain from what do you gain in this section by cutting the roof of the units like that?
Double height spaces, so it's a lot more dramatic.
Is there a light component?
There are no lights,
So just like you're filtering the water, you could filter light. Okay, so
yeah.
So because you're not really getting, you're not getting much from that. It's like a formal gesture that doesn't affect the spatial quality of the unit, but it could.
I would say that, certainly a lot of light being entered in in the public or private.
Yeah, I think if you actually got to the point of trying to figure out how the structure of that would work, given the requirement for 103 mile an hour winds, that would change the dynamic. I mean, I don't know if you've been looking at the incredible difficulty they've been going through putting that canopy up in the World War II museum. And I think it's absolutely horrendous. But it shows that, you know, if you're going to have something that's way up in the air to support itself in the face of really strong winds, it's going to have some real structural implications that I think would help would actually help it because it would give it some articulation. So right now it's sort of an idea, it's sort of a drape almost, just covering it, but eventually it would have more of a life of its own. I mean, the problem with these things is that they do tend to be quite complicated, expensive. That's why the one got eliminated from the LLC. But if you get it to do a few more things, and really like part of the vegetation, shading, or even gardening system, that gives it more reason to be part of the project. So,
You know, I like the ambition of your project, and I love the components. I have a desire to rearrange some of them, not just the roof. We've talked a little bit about that, but the I think the plinth could do more. It should really feel like the front porch for the whole community, and with street trees coming up and offering it shade, as well as potentially the roof extending partially over it so that it creates a different kind of microclimate. I don't think it wants to be a lawn. I think it wants to be a social space. Covered outdoor space is, of course, very important to artists. And so I don't know if that's where it would want to be or elsewhere. I also think that the in your section, can you switch to your section? Having the, yeah, any of the sections, not that one. Having a unit here and a unit there mirrored around this hallway, although that's kind of a nice space, I would rather have my dwelling on one side and my studio on the other across the bridge. So that issue that we talked about in an earlier project of going from opening the door and going from out of climate control across a space to another part of the world. In that instance, it would be so powerful to have it as part of your studio, and then you avoid your the implied symmetry, which is not so much necessary in your project. And you might even be able to get more bars if you begin to do that. My other comment would be that I think your units are the way you're drawing them, you're kind of cheating. You're kind of kidding yourself, because if we look at these units, we think, okay, there's going to be a room here and a room here. Switch to a unit plan. And that is because you've applied no line weight to the bathrooms and the closets and maybe a detail of it.
You have the unit plan detail. Yeah.
Okay, so that's 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. And this one is a bathroom and all have circular stairs. And I think that that's not, you're implying that there's a spatial figure here, and there isn't, right? So if it's a wall, it's solid, draw it as a wall, so that you really begin to acknowledge the presence of the boundaries of the space. And I think once you do that, you discover that the units might need a little more voice, because they start to get all jumpy, which is probably why you did it the way you drew it the way you did. It felt a little bit more generous. And then this will be a kind of general comment, but spiral stairs have always been so tempting to young designers because they take up the least amount of space for occupation of stairs. Well, they're often illegal in certain kinds of settings. Certainly in a family home, you can't move furniture up and down. It's a possibility. And personally, I can't walk up and down a circular stair without looking at my feet, you know? So I can't look around at anything else. So a circular stair is a stair of last resort, let's put it that way. Unless, well, for any number of reasons. So I encourage you to think about the stair differently.
I certainly thought about that, but then I realized there are 3 types of vertical axes, right? There's the stairs on the outside, and then the elevator, and then the stairs on the inside of the unit. So if you needed to like move a couch, you have to.
You could do it outside.
Yeah,
He's got to wait for you, Judy.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Okay, but I'm not buying it. I mean, I'm glad you thought that. And it's obviously part of the learning process. I have put in a circular stair in a project, but it was connected deck. And there was another way.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the conversation for this one because I think there's a lot to talk about, just like one of the previous ones we were looking at. You've heard of minimalism. This feels like maximalism. Like you're doing as much as you can. You're affecting this, the layout of the site. The units are really complex. Like there's nothing that's not figured out. There's nothing that's not designed. And I really appreciate that with young designers. Just go for it. Like design the hell out of this thing. But the title of your project, I said I really liked all the titles. Yours is The Living Plinth. Because of the roof, it takes away all of the attention from the plinth and gives it to the roof. And for me, that's not a good trade. Because the plinth, like Judy said, is a really, really nice moment, but I think deserved more love. Yeah. And I think you gave it to the roof, which I think doesn't have a return that you wish it had. But that being said, I do like the ambition of the project a lot. And I'm looking at your unit plans. You have so many unit plans, whereas others 1 or 2, maybe 3. But you have so many, and there are multiple levels. There's a lot to figure out. Yeah. And I don't know. There's a discussion to be had about like that maximalist attempt. But I do like the project, and I think the one that really came to my mind with the middle perspective was Walden 7 by Ricardo Blofeld. Do you know that project? No. He just passed away, but an amazing project. I mean, talk about like, it feels like an urban interior. And I think yours also has that, can you go to that perspective, the middle one? Like it also has that feel of like being in an urban environment within a building. It's amazing. I mean, I think it's great. I just think the roof detracts. It doesn't help the argument at all. Like I think the plans are so beautiful and so simple. And then you see the section, you're like, why is this hat thing? You know, or take Judy or John's advice and like let the canopy like kind of live above.
Well, maybe where the roof should be is over the plinth.
I was just gonna say, yes, exactly, because go to that perspective. It wants to be above the plinth.
As a simple linear.
Yeah. And then you can feel it in this one.
Yeah. It would make that.
Sorry, didn't mean to steal your
No,
thunder.
no, you're good.
So,
Yeah, I saw the plinth as like also, trees certainly could grow, but the artists could put their sculptures on top as well and have this exhibit.
The ambition is here. I mean, you really pushed it. Like it's great to see that kind of energy and like just going for it. I love that. I did.
I think all of your individual houses that you shared with us, we're trying to do something that broke the box a little bit, to try to challenge the orthogonal and perhaps the expected. And I think that's a good instinct, but you need to make sure that it doesn't become the only instinct. I did want to say I loved the inversion of the stair so that it became a subtractive gesture rather than vertical. I thought that was an interesting way of thinking about these things. And the great thing about those initial exercises is that they force you to think about the domestic realm in very different ways. The challenge of them is that some of you were able to bring those studies into your projects, but probably, literally into the housing that you designed earlier into your project, but probably more of you weren't able to do it. How many of you literally had a component that you had designed earlier in your project? Just a couple of them.
Well, I'm sure
have.
affected.
Maybe more than half.
Thought about it.
Yeah.
I I think sometimes taking the earlier piece and trying to shove it into the bigger project is fraught. But the intention, I'm sure, pedagogically, is that your sense of scale, understanding that horizontal thing or that vertical thing, and then when you're designing a larger project, that comes back into your mind. At least that's the hope.
Yeah.
I felt like that in many cases was apparent.
Yeah, you brought up an interesting point of the ramp pool houses. Was it ramps incorporating the street? So when you were saying that.
Yeah.
Carpenter
Yeah.
Center too.
Yes, exactly.
That's right.
You have to ride your bike up there.
Yeah, unfortunately, in New Orleans nowadays, it's used all the time, but it's used basically as a way of getting the automobile so that everything under that plinth is cars, and then it changes and becomes a building on top of the box. And fortunately, since you guys don't have to deal with automobile, and I think legitimately so, you can reimagine what that ground floor, what the ground level, the plinth level, and how they could interact in a rich way, rather than just be flat plane.
Comments? That was a very good discussion.
Okay.
Thank you. This was the last one. This was the
Yes.
last one.
And now we're gathering at the central hub to have conclusions from the break.
The red thing is structure, but it's hollow, and then the stairs. Yeah.
Very good.
Oh,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
No.
I know.
My mom asked, she said, is Noah presenting on this intersection? She said, she asked if you guys were going to present on the live stream. She asked if you guys were going to. She wanted to watch.
So well.
Yeah, I'm so surprised. Yes, yeah. How should I stand it?
Point at it.
Aw, yeah. But yeah, I want to see the. I want to see the.
Did you get?
Come here.
Yeah, I'll text these all to you.
Text them to me. I'm gonna put it on my phone.
No, literally.
Sorry. Sorry.
Okay. Good luck. Yes.
Let's do it. Where's the background of this program?
So how are we doing this? Because we're like 10 minutes behind already.
We're gonna start now, and I'll just wait you 5 minutes.
Okay. So my project is not moving.
Try the other one.
So my project is cohabitation. It focuses on integrating members of the community with each other and with vegetation. In my previous projects, I explored the idea of kind of encouraging interaction. In my horizontal home, I utilized much smaller spaces that have only the purpose for that room, which pushes people out into the main center community space for activity. And I continued that idea throughout my vertical and sectional home, keeping the idea of very radicalized spaces with singular functions that push people basically out of their bedrooms and into the community spaces, and interaction on the stairways and that way. There's two main things that I noticed on the site, one being the industrial street of Tuctulas and the very residential street opposing it of Annunciation. And then the second one was all of the porches in New Orleans, which, as most of us know, people tend to like to sit out on their porches, interact with people walking by and their neighbors, and it really fosters a sense of community that I wanted to capture in my project. So this community is for people of any background to come together in a close-knit type way, unlike in a city setting, but for people who don't necessarily want to own a home, whether they be elderly and they can't maintain it, or young and they're just not ready to settle down, they still want the New Orleans experience of residential, not the city. This is my axonometric. I decided to explode it so that way you can see the interior spaces. The project is made up of 65 units that are 1, 2, 3, and 4 bedroom and 1 and 2 floors. There's flexible community spaces and a community garden for the residents to interact with the vegetation. I have a 3-story plan with these 3 main strips, as you can see, of units. And then around the units, there are these walkways that act as these public porches for people to sit out on, interact with their neighbors. And then I also have these open community spaces that have no pre-made function. It's more for as the community grows and develops, these spaces are able to adapt to what the community needs, such as like an office space if there's a lot of people who work from home. In this diagram, it shows the density of the residential space and how it dissolves out into the loose and openness of the public space at Chocotulas. And then here further shows the public to private. And then here acts as more of a buffer space. You don't go directly from this busy public street right into residential. You have this public park space in between. This shows the differences in heights and how the height matches the bigger buildings around Chocotulas and starts to go down to match the residential. Here's circulation, public versus private, and all the places for people to stop and interact along the way. In this section / elevation, it cuts through the walkway, so you can see all the vegetation that grows up in between and how people get to start to interact, and it also kind of acts as a privacy buffer. This is a section of that same view just pushed in. You can see the differences in elevation, how the single and double story units work together.
And here is cut through the short way of all 3 different levels, and you can see how people inhabit the walkway spaces and porch spaces. There's space to sit alone and read or interact with your family or friends. This is my vegetation diagram. It shows how in yellow was all the stuff that I cut down, light green is the stuff that remained, and then in dark green is the stuff that I added. So you can see that I heavily increased the amount of vegetation in that program. And then this is also vegetation in Axon. It takes it out. So you can see the only place where restricted is in the community garden, but everything else is free to like grow out over time. And then finally, in order to do some eco-sensibility alongside the vegetation, there's the use of solar panels in order to power the units. And then the overhanging roof blocks the sun, so that way it's more efficient in cooling, and it also blocks the rain, so that way people don't get rained on as they walk around. Here's a perspective of the residential entrance and of what the walkway would look like.
Put it on a different slide. Okay. Let me preface. I like all of the elements of your project, and I especially love this, like the feeling of it. I think that's where it really shines, is the experience. I'm perplexed by the siting. Like the site plan to me, it perplexes me because it almost seems like the reverse of what I would have imagined, like loading up with density on the Tchoupitoulas side, and maybe even thinking about the orientation of the buildings in the east-west rather than the north-south, because as you claim, like you're interested in sustainable strategies and these kinds of things. And from a sustainability point of view, you're better off east-west as opposed to north-south. For solar gain and for passive strategies and things like this. So all of those kind of siting decisions really perplex me. So I'm curious about like how you made those decisions, because it seems like you would want to densify on the Tchoupitoulas side, and then kind of like gradient to the more residential, but you're loading it up with density on the residential side.
Well, what I was thinking is the residential, you can see here, like it's more open and it kind of reflects just the series of just building that you see on that one. And then I was thinking more like in the way that Margarita said, like off in the future, like assuming that the other street develops more, hopefully towards the like riverside type area, that becomes like a beginning, like a public park space that allows it to start to be more enjoyable public space. And also people can come in, like there's a lot of like bars and restaurants along that side, so people can go. It allows for some walkability and community that's not just cars.
Sure. I mean, I don't want to monopolize the conversation. It's just to start it out. Like those decisions are really interesting.
Let's go back to the axonometric that has the landscape. About the landscape and its importance.
This one?
Yeah. This maybe ties a little bit into Laura's comment that I'm intrigued with this diagram here, and then it reappears here in its context, where the whole armature of landscape becomes an organizing element of the scheme. And in some ways, it might be even more important than the buildings, because that is sort of tactile and is part of the human experience in this place, no matter what the architecture is doing. I think that the signal of for me, the signal of strength in the scheme is in this bottom left diagram, because the way in which the two bracketed elements frame that center zone, I think could be extremely important. And one thing I would be tempted to do is to take away the middle portion of housing. And I know that it might mess up the numbers in terms of realistic development plan, but there's something I think elegant about the diagram and how you could support that landscape diagram with two relatively simple bracketed linear pieces on either side. And I think it just would accentuate the scheme and the spatial strength of the scheme's potential. And these are great diagrams to have, because they speak to the different constituent elements about how this project is organized on your terms. And that's why I could enter it really quickly, to understand it on your terms.
Love your design. I think it's very clean and very, I like the lines. But what I was wondering is, tell me when you're using this building. So you come home, you're one of the people who rent here at 5 p.m. So where does the cohabitation happen? What happens? Who's out there? See what's happening.
I mean,
What do you envision?
what I imagine is like kids from home school and stuff sitting inside. There could be one of the community spaces.
No, but let's say you live there. You live in one of your 4 bedrooms. Right? Kayla lives there.
I mean, I would probably spend a lot of my time staying outside of this area. Just personally, I think that's why I created
So
it.
who do you imagine you're talking to when you're outside?
I would say like I want it to be very like intergenerational. Like it'd be nice to have like kids across the street, like across the walkway, playing, and then like maybe some older neighbors who like know about New Orleans and just stop by. Like I lived with my grandparents for a while, so.
So where is the entrance to the property here?
So
How do you come in?
there are 3 entrances that we show you on the plan. There's the residential entrance, which is right here from Annunciation. You could come in through here. There's another lobby entrance and another one over by the restaurant. So it's very permeable, so you can come in whatever's closest or wherever you're coming from.
And the bottom is also residential?
Yes.
Except for the restaurant.
Yeah, over there is the restaurant.
It seems awfully closed on the ground floor. Like I think especially in the rendering there, like you have this grand kind of open space, but the porosity doesn't seem to be quite there yet. Like I love the ambition of the kind of the bars, the flat ends that we're looking at there with the greens. Like that's beautiful. Like why not make that like the entry? And because like the big grand kind of central space in that rendering, it's out of scale and it doesn't quite feel like an entry. Like I think you can enter right where that the rendering to the left is, like right into the beautiful space, right? Because I think that's great in the plan. Like that's maybe my favorite part of the project. It's not the housing itself, but just the in-between space.
Yeah.
And I could tell that it's probably your favorite space too.
Yeah. I have that like in these 2, but you're definitely right. Like up there.
Yeah.
I guess over there. That would have been a good way to integrate.
Yeah, and again, I don't know. I just want to flip your scheme completely, and you might even consider doing it for your portfolio because, I mean, yes, Tchoupitoulas in 100 years, we can imagine that maybe it'll be great, maybe it won't be, maybe the park won't move, etc., etc. But we could design to. I know, but still, I still don't buy that Tchoupitoulas would ever be as beautiful as what you guys are describing it as. So I would much rather talk about what it is now. I don't know, that's just me. So I apologize, but it's not very friendly to the residential, like just that seems so much more friendly to me. Especially like other neighbors could use the park that's there on the corner of the residences. Residential units on the north side of this to come and join and cohabitate, as you say, right? I don't know.
Go ahead.
Well, it's a separate issue, but I really liked your sectional house early on in your presentation. The notion of these units that are stacked up, having a stair hanging off of it or vice versa. And I think that has a wonderful potential of expression. How many floors tall do you imagine that to be?
Sectional house, I think I had it 8.
Yeah, the higher the better.
Yeah.
It becomes a tower.
Yeah.
I thought that was a really nice strategy, an interesting exploration.
I was going to ask you, what right now, before you take on the site, these neighbors over here have their properties here, right? There are people living on this site, and so how are the neighbors over here across the street, on the back, going to feel about? Do they feel integrated into this, or are they in front? I mean, across the street, you lose your neighbors already.
Yeah.
Because they're now coming in through a different way. What do you think about that?
I did try and integrate that by wrapping the walkway around here, so there is that sense of kind of a porch space. It's not as much on the first level, it's more of a vegetative wall, but like, I did want to try and reflect a little bit.
So is that kind of porch space also on the other side? Is that what you're saying? Sort of.
Can you talk more about these spaces?
Yes, so do you want what I currently put in there or just?
Yeah, like what's the idea?
So what I was thinking is like, it's very dependent on the type of people who live there. Like if there's a lot of families with kids, I was thinking there could be a playroom, a daycare, they could like all pitch in to hire nannies and babysitters for if they need those, and like section off an area or even a whole floor's worth of areas towards that. Or like if something like the pandemic hit and suddenly everybody's at home, nobody wants to work with their kids in the background, like you can have these conference spaces, you can have individual workspaces, you can have a mini office space outside of the office if you don't have one.
It's interior, right?
It's interior, but with very like movable walls. So like if it needs to be an open space, you just pull it all back. If it needs to be a closed space, if there's more athletic people, I think I included a gym on the first floor, a game room. So it's very variable depending on the needs of the residents, like even just storage.
That's one part that I really love about the project. It's because it's like the same unit as the housing. It almost feels like the Aravena project, one where you have the structure up, and I'm sure you've seen it, but anyways, it feels like it could be infilled at some point, right? Like, let's say you live here, and one day you want to buy this, and then you want to buy this, and you can make this into your own home. So I think that speaks to the ambition. Like I was trying to figure out the cohabitation thing, like where does that feel the most useful and the most effective? And I think those spaces, those gray spaces, it's really effective right now. Like I think you should take stock of everything you've done when you go to your portfolio, really make those things shine, because I think that is a big proponent of your project, especially given the name cohabitation. That's one space that's different than anything else that I've really seen today. That's your invention, the Kayla Monachino special. I think there's some interesting thinking there, and then I love how it kind of attaches to the circulation that's there too.
Yeah.
So it's almost like a continuous street you get to pull off, enjoy whatever's happening in that day at that time. Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is it. This is your project, right? I think that's great. No, I know. I was getting nervous.
So
Unsure if it's switch.
and then you click on your thing and then control.
Are there models? Should we have looked at the model?
For these, that'll be.
You see your name.
Oh, here. Okay, cool.
I have
And then
excellent.
full screen.
Control L.
Control L. Little shortcuts.
Control L.
I lost the clicker now. Also, thank you.
Move your mouse.
Click once. And now that should work.
Okay. So hello, I'm Andrew, Balustrade. My project Bars.
That's the name.
That's the name. Yeah,
I like
Bars. It's composed of individual bars that are jostled individually according to program, but they all follow the same rule of the entrances from the are 4 meters from the end of the bar, and so within that measure of the vertical core, it can move back and forth and have that. Yeah. So for a horizontal house project, I focused on creating 3 individual spaces that are subdivided into smaller spaces. And I wanted to create a sense of unity between the entire box and have it feels read as an entire volume. And for my sectional house, that was what I pulled from this project. There are other things to focus on here. And so this is right in the way.
You can minimize them.
That's good enough. And so with the vertical house, what I took away was keeping that same bar language and having the end wall be all glazing to emphasize the view and organize program according to having privileged spaces next to the privileged areas next to the good view, and then smaller less privileged areas away from it. Also, yeah, this is a perspective from the render or the complex, but also has the same language of the vertical house that has the fully look-through volume. And for site observations, the big takeaways were the industrial Chapachulas area and the small businesses on Magazine Street, which impact, and the school here, which impacts my choice for residents, which are young professionals who are looking for a space to do remote work. Another site analysis was all the color, the fun color in New Orleans. I think is a very important thing to keep and retain the overgrown spirit and like the out there-ness of New Orleans. Which is also important to think about with a corporate setting, to not overbear that. I wanted to embed corporate within New Orleans as opposed to having the corporate come in, bring its own spirit. Which, as you can see in my perspective, each individual bar is colored differently. It provides a fun, overgrown aspect. Another thing is the porches. Porch culture is huge in New Orleans, obviously. And each of my units has two porches on either side, each bar. So my triplex unit that has 3 bars attached to it actually has 6 porches that provide the outdoor space to hang out. And as you can see in my section perspective, there's spaces to, from this porch, see into all of these other porches, and that way build community. So have people always be visible, and that way you meet your neighbors. I think it's a very unsuccessful project when you don't know
Are your classmates?
No, I was in general, like when I'm looking at a moving situation, maybe porch residents. But so the professionals sort of decided to work with amenities that I provided, a rooftop garden to be sustainable and also provide a little self-reliance, which I think is the spirit of the young professional that I'm channeling. Is like scrappy, willing to live, willing to put the present aside for the gains in the future. And this is a perspective of offices.
It's your project?
Yeah, my project. And so the office spaces are like punched out of the volume. Take a look at that model. You can envision them being like units removed for. And then as we get to the typologies, the single unit has a folding bed that folds into the central box, which is how I organize the wet areas and closets is a central box, or in some cases not so central, of a program that needs to be hidden, and then everything else outside in that one singular volume to kind of be able to live in a smaller space but have to feel open, in addition to the folding doors which open up onto the balconies to provide ventilation.
Is the orientation east-west? Or is it?
East, south, north. But I have there's an error on the actual drawing, but I cut these out. And then there's 3 typologies for the units, for the offices, of a more private setting, which can be like closed off, and then a very like efficiency, like administrative work, and then a group project or a group environment if a group wanted to rent that or work more close. And so I started very unit-based, and then aggregated them via the jostling, which I explained earlier, and then oriented them exactly north-south so that they have the southern facade attracts the sun, and because there's not a whole lot of glazing in the units, but so that one really matters. Yeah. And so, yeah, as you can see, it creates the organic type of movement between the units that provides terraces, so that the roofs of one provides a terrace for another one, in addition to the terrace already built into the unit that's covered by it.
Which way is Tchoupitoulas?
Tchoupitoulas is here, which is why I had 8 stories here, and it goes down to, yeah, so south is this way. And I also provide, the reason why it's so vertical is because 30% of the site is dedicated to a forest, which embeds the existing units or the existing houses within. I think it's a pretty good deal for them to be close to a forest, and also that ties into how the park forest area is. It's a public thing. It gives back to the city, which I think is important to also provide more traffic for Frankie and Johnny's, which I incorporated down into the first floor of that one. Okay. The perspective, how it would be aggregated onto more than one block is that they can easily take up existing footprints of New Orleans shotgun assets.
Put on something else.
Yeah.
Well, how about this? Do you have a slide that shows the uses? Where are the offices? What units are the offices versus the residential?
It's just probably the best place for that. It's the first floor is all living area, and then it gets more officey as you go up.
So is it mixed or is it by tower?
It's mixed. So they're directly incorporated within the sites for residential.
Do you go to a first floor, like ground floor?
Yeah. So this is the first floor, so it's not the ground floor, but it's the first floor.
Okay. Well, what happens at the ground floor?
The ground floor has retail space in these 8 units to be rented out, and then this is back of house Frankie and Johnny's, front of house Frankie and Johnny's. Communal kitchens that I envision being rented out by the community or residents that can support a crawfish boil or birthday party kind of order.
So then it's commercial, then. It's not living spaces.
Yes, the ground floor is all commercial.
I think you misspoke, so I was confused.
Oh, what did I say? Sorry.
Okay, oh, you said on the bottom is residential, so.
Sorry, all of Boston.
first floor.
The first floor is residential. That might be a mistake. It's
Oh, the ground floor, sorry.
Ground floor, first floor. My bad.
Semantics.
Okay, so if I'm walking on the street on Tchoupitoulas, what do I see when I'm
Alright.
walking up on that corner?
So there's gathering spaces, and then Frankie and Johnny's here, and then the first thing you see would be the forest or the towers themselves with the commercial space
Can I see
on
the
Chapel
cars? From walking on Chapultepec, because the buildings are pretty tall. Like, look over here.
If you walk on Chapel
There.
You'll see the.
you wouldn't be able, you'd be able to see it poke through, but you wouldn't be able to see it in its entirety.
And the buildings are also together, right? Or are they separated like that?
They're together. So I did not model the virtual cores, which bind them, but I'm picturing like a metal type of almost like fire escapey, not as solid as the concrete boxes.
Go up one now, first one.
I think there are two big issues, and they're somewhat independent from each other. One is the module of the housing, which I think is really a paired system of towers at its essence. In other words, you've got the central vertical support, stair, elevator, whatever it is, and then two portions of housing that rise up on either side. That as a strategy to me has a lot of potential because it produces these tower-like elements that can be deployed at whatever height you wish, and also the slippage of the bars allow you to have these lateral exposures and views, participating in sort of a way of opening up the housing, making it more transparent or more fluid across the solidity. So I think the housing is an intriguing proposition. That the more transparent you can make this element in the middle, the better, because all of a sudden those portions of vertical housing are hung off of that central void and kind of irony. And the second part is what people are just beginning to talk about, which is the integration of this into the public realm through commercial. How does the ground plane control its relationship to the city in a way that some people have total access to the site, other people may have controlled access who live in this place, and some may be entirely private, such as the elements that rise up through the individual units. So I think clarifying that, and that's where some of the questions I think we're heading, is probably an important ingredient to the success of this project, imagining this a real thing. But one thing that I think is a very, very strong strategy is your decision to wait to build up the relationship to Chapultepec and then downscale as opposed to north just makes enormous sense. And you're framing that primary open space. It's not really a forest, but the area that is most open on the site is cradled between these two conditions. And I think that makes a lot of sense. I would have, it's a minor issue, but I would have actually oriented all the plans so that south is down, north is up. Not only is that a convention, but in your project, this really helps the reading of the project. That's why the model works so well. We've said it here. It's exactly how you want to portray the scheme.
So I just totally agree with all those comments. And it's kind of, Kayla, I think, like this is what I was talking about. Like you want to like densify Chapultepec and then slowly gradient back. And I think it's working really beautifully. I think your units are maybe like one of my favorite units I've seen all day.
Thank you.
Because I think it's a beautiful organization of living. And I love I think you said Murphy bed. There's a Murphy bed in one of the units. I think it's really smart, and I love this kind of cross flow ventilation. That's why you gotta turn that. You gotta turn it east-west, and then you can have some other strategy for fenestration on this face, which is maybe like a punch opening strategy or something. But this is fantastic. Like that's great, and I love that you can kind of spill out. You get open space, outdoor space on each unit. I think it's really fascinating. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's great. I just think like maybe the aggregation of the unit feels almost like an afterthought a little bit. Like you're like, what can I do? So you just did something, right? And I think that could be thought of a little bit more deeply. But I think the units themselves work very strong. I feel like the aggregation could be anything actually. Like it doesn't have to be exactly the way you did it. Like you could, and where you showed it propagating. Can you go to that slide really quick?
I definitely started from the unit, and that was a fun focus, the individual.
Yeah, I mean that's clear. I think that's pretty clear.
Am I going the wrong?
You got it. Yeah, right here. So like the way that you're propagating, think about doing this slide again and think about different solutions for stacking. Like you don't have to stack the precise way that you've done it, but you could actually create new strategies for stacking. That could actually create different urban morphologies and not be so tied to the one that you've created, which to me seems a little haphazard and not really even that important. Like it could actually be anything. The beauty is in the unit and how they kind of come together.
And I don't want to take this the wrong way, and I also really appreciate the unit strategies a lot. From the second floor up, it's very successful. I would actually completely start over at the ground level.
Sure.
I mean, it's possible. You could actually disaggregate the housing as a strategy from the ground floor plane and think about the relationships to the different floor exposures, how you control the public and private access, and how you program it. Now, the restaurant program is important. That's part of the history of this neighborhood. And you could do that in a number of ways. Right now, I think that you're sort of extending the logic of the housing down to the ground and kind of avoiding the real issue at the ground level, which is experiential, it's control of public and private. And then there's also a commercial aspect to this. How does it really work as where you have commercial goods? I don't think this is a failure. I think it's a kind of redesign opportunity to think about the differing agendas that take place at the human level of the ground versus the occupation of space and housing from that point on. And I would have a blast redesigning the ground floor, completely, basically starting from scratch, while not disturbing the importance of how you want these things to emerge vertically as part of inhabited units. And again, I think they're really successful. I totally think that.
Plinth, like a plinth right here. Just like I think the ground floor is really.
And you have a big opportunity here to sort of make the front all your public open to the public.
Like on top
space.
to us?
And have all your residential in the 3 towers, right?
That would be a
All
strategy.
your
Totally treat
offices.
this as a different condition than others.
I get like this bar and then this rectangle.
Because that brings, think about why would people be here in the day? For example, who's there? Who's hanging out at the park? Why are they there? Or what are they doing?
And then it's done for them.
Are they, who's there? Just imagine who's the person sitting in the bench or on what, or chatting on the porches. If you think of older people, perhaps the older people are gonna want to be closer to this area. Do they want to be also communicating with their neighbors on the other side? You know, a little almost too focused on the side, but not on the rest of what's happening on the other blocks, because you also can connect with them. But I do think that you have a big opportunity there to have, especially since I like the scale at the front too, that Chapulas can take that. And those taller ones might be really nice to work at. It's an office, looking at the river and the board, even if it becomes nicer or continues to be industrial, it's still a view.
Is that good work? Is that something that you could? I haven't seen that before. Yeah. Sorry.
He already has offices throughout, but
Yeah, is that something you invented, or because I don't think that was in the program?
That was my my project narrative, was providing a space for people to have remote work solutions. So when you're building a business, it could be difficult to like know exactly what you need, want, but use a already made setup that works.
to be honest, I would almost build this as one of those office space, shareable office space, it's only for residents, you know, so that if you live here, you can use this as your office. And,
But only if you live here.
Yeah, I mean, but then you're bringing it more to the private, but it would be, I think it would be an interesting solution too, to using it as an amenity of the community.
There's
instead of renting them out.
the idea is that there's as many offices as there are beds. So that was the intention, but I got scared of having unused units, so I opened the door in my head.
Well, now,
12. Escape, and then find your PDF.
Maybe like a
Oh.
two-minute apartment.
It's fine, I think.
Is that me? There we go.
You can be pushy, it's okay. Well, he's doing a good job.
And
He's
then
like,
is
okay, guys,
this-
cut it out.
Yeah. All right.
Forward back.
Oh, maybe next time.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah, I shouted out, and it's in the board.
Okay, hello, my name is Brian Montenegro, and I present to you all meta aggregation. So this project and its building bones, let's make sure that excellent. This project and its building bones started from a horizontal home and sectional home project that we did earlier this semester. Taking some ideas from our horizontal home, I wanted to take the horizontal circulation idea and using it as a passageway in this new project, and also taking my sectional home, an idea of small living and how vertical circulation can interact with the horizontal living spaces. So using those two, the ideas came together in a puzzle-like manner, where the best factors of each utilize their strengths and come together to create the best meta home. In addition, not only do they come together conceptually, but the architecture of the previous works literally do come together in real life to create crevices and cantilevers, almost like architectural Jenga. And while these ideas mainly stemmed from my previous work, other precedents seen this year helped me to fortify my ideas and guide me as inspiration. First was Habitat 67 by Moshe Safdie, which is a world-renowned apartment complex located in Montreal, which is known for its complex design and cantilever spaces, as well as the Mirador building in Madrid, which is built by MRDV architects. Both buildings inspiring factors in my project, like modularity versus circulation and public versus private. And when observing this site, I also knew immediately that I wanted to create a building that was vastly different from its surroundings and hold its own. So here are some pictures from the site. In addition, here you can see Frankie and Johnny's. When thinking about how to incorporate this restaurant, I knew I didn't want it to be just stuck on the land. I want to incorporate it with the modularity aspects that were built for the homes.
So all of this will be done, right?
Yes, or these are next to it because these buildings are next to this. These are neighbors, right? So I kind of wanted to show how these are very small and I have a tower. So like that juxtaposition, I wanted to create something that was very different, independent from its surroundings, but also did incorporate the old restaurant, and you'll see later how I incorporated it. And going forward with architectural idea of aggregation, I also wanted this to stem not only through my design, but also through the intentional community as well. Meaning my end goal was for my meta home to be able to house a multitude of people in different of their familiar situations, socioeconomic status, or passion for life. So instead of having one singular type of person to live in here, my home utilizes different types of floor plans to create different opportunities for people to live here. So whether you're a small family who can only afford, let's say, an 1,000 square foot apartment, or a well-off single adult who can afford, 2,000 square foot, which I have available here as well, a larger one-bedroom apartment. So they kind of vastly different sizes and prices, meaning different people can come together and enjoy the meta aggregation. So this is how it adds up. So here I have, you can see an axon of like the modularity aspects. Basically the core structure is made up of 4 towers that meet in the middle, have a spine throughout, which is vertical circulation, and that do a Y out into different apartments. You can see in floor plans there. So here, I kind of have like an IKEA kind of step-by-step way to add the parts. So step 1 is you aggregate apartments into units. So you can see these are 2 different apartments coming together, gluing. You can see the vertical circulation inside. So that's how I played with the idea of private vertical circulation versus public. So here you can see the long, this is the public vertical circulation, and the smaller is inside each apartment. You can go up and down your apartment, and then there's 2 apartments that get basically puzzled together, kind of like Jenga, puzzled together and then connected to the large vertical stair. And then aggregating again, you aggregate instead the multiple units. So technically this is 1 apartment with 2 floors. Each apartment is 2 stories, just creating that movement. And then there's basically 2 apartments, which is 2 floors on each side. So basically 4 cubes on each pod, and then those aggregate into the larger vertical circulation. And then again, another step, you got to aggregate again, and you're adding all these together to create a U-shaped circulation of different squares and boxes. Here's the ground floor plan. So here in the ground floor plan, you can here, I'll zoom in. The only way to get into your apartment is through a small entrance. Nothing very, it's not a huge lobby or anything. I wanted this So you can have a more privatized experience of going into your apartment. So you enter through here, you can either take the stairs, you can take the elevator, and that'll take you to the first floor. So the ground floor isn't where you really enter the apartment. That happens in the first or second floor. And then you can see next to it, that's the bottom floor of the apartments with the kitchen, living area, and over here. And then on the slide before, it's kind of small. I should have zoomed into this one actually. Right here is Frankie and Johnny. So I actually morphed all of the bottom floor together on the second pod, the second U pod. And right here you can see there's some like beach chair, some day chairs, some lounging area, some shade created by trees so you can enjoy. And here, this is where people, the workers would, cook the crawfish and you'd enjoy in the sunlight. And then the second floor, so then this is basically the first floor. This is the main like lobby, I guess you could say, but that's where you really enter your apartment. So elevator here, and then walkway over here, you can walk into each apartment.
So can I just clarify really quick while you're here? So you walk in, then you go up and then back down.
Yes, exactly. But you don't walk through the same vertical stair, you walk through your private vertical stair. And then this is also another cut. If you can see my drawing over there, there's different horizontal. So this is where I connected the horizontal to the sectional home. I have horizontal homes that create connection between the towers. I did it multiple ways. Either you can have, this is a public area, where you can like a communal kitchen, where you can interact with your neighbors, communal couch area, where you can just, interact with the people that live next to you. Or there's also horizontal where it actually creates larger apartments. So this is where I create, those multiple opportunities for people to have different styles and sizes of living. And then here's the third floor. So this is basically the bedrooms and the bathroom. So some of them are smaller than others, just because, I wanted to create different levels of living, whether you have a big or small family, I wanted it to be available for everyone. And then experience, you can see, this is basically Frankie and Johnny's right here. This is where you're enjoying your crawfish, a nice bright day out, see a little bit there. But yeah, so this is basically a corner view looking from Tapachulas. You would see people, enjoying the crawfish, a hot summer day out, creating, shade from these cantilevers and from the trees as well. So it's pretty nice vibe. And then here, this is basically a perspective elevation split into day and night.
What's your total height?
Total height is about 10 stories at its highest. And then the corner units are the highest tower. So not all the towers are the same. And all these horizontal homes are also at different levels as well. So creating that juxtaposition of spaces.
So, all right, this is going to take me a second to kind of digest everything, but I think what happens is in the tower, the ground floor becomes not as I know it's open, I know it's fully porous, but when it's so porous, it's kind of not porous at all. It's not activated with activities and with things, especially given the way that it's designed. It feels like kind of desire paths from one to the next. And I think when you do a project like this, the ground floor has to be considered so heavily for it to work that I think you need to give it some more love.
Okay.
I think the scheme itself is really interesting, and I think it's thought-provoking because it's really different from anything else we've seen today. But I think the shortcomings are then there at the ground level,
right?
Especially as you describe it, you just kind of walk through a door, and
up an elevator.
How you're supposed to know that you're supposed to go there. There's no signifiers on the ground, that would tell me that I need to go there unless I knew that I had to go there, right? So similar to Andrew's project, I think the ground floor should be just completely reconsidered here.
Okay.
Maybe thinking about some kind of podium or just a way to kind of lift everything up even a little bit more.
Okay. Yeah.
And make the ground as lively as it would be to occupy any of these roofs.
Okay.
Because I think it's interesting, just like Habitat 67, you get cross views, like Adolf Loos's ROM plan, which I know you all looked at. Like you get these cross views where you're looking from one unit to another unit. So like the sky is really interesting here. Like being up high, like 5-10 stories high.
Yeah.
But then the ground is completely just void of any kind of.
Right.
That's just.
Your system is very convincing in terms of the way you deploy it. You have a set of rules, and it does tie into this modularity attitude that you spoke about, I think, very well. And the larger strategy, when you put it all together, is really almost like towers in a park. It's like the modernist fantasy of having these wonderful living units that occupy a neutral ground, almost a suburban notion of how this could become amazing units that sort of rise above the rest of the urban landscape. It has almost nothing to do with the context. I'm not saying that's critical. It's really a different proposition for this site. And that's why I say it's kind of a radical move. It's not a new idea. It's one that goes back really into the early part of the 20th century, where it was a reaction against the density of cities and in favor of some sort of clarity that would come across through intervention that actually challenges the importance of rhythm, scale, frontage, and so on. So I think you should be commended for taking on a really significantly different approach to the site. And at the same time, it is true that when it hits the ground, that becomes an issue. But it's also kind of a scary vision of the future, especially with these two floors that just kind of morph their way around the site at level 4 and at level 8. I mean, it's really a bizarre proposition where you have the modularity of the towers, but then suddenly become a horizontal system, sort of challenging the initial assertion in the first place. But I like the fact that you've taken on a challenging approach to a site, and it's extremely controversial. I mean, it's probably good in school to try things on that are controversial, but in reality, you would have half of New Orleans upset.
Yeah.
and really, the context would just be just obliterated. It's not really part of the landscape as we know it of this part of the city.
I would like to know, where do you see cohabitation happening here? Tell me about, if you're here in the day, what's happening, where, because it feels to me almost like New York apartments. Where I'm gonna just go and be there because I have to sleep somewhere.
Yeah, it is pretty privatized.
So where, or what opportunities do you have maybe to use the horizontal at different levels to create those commute? Like, where do I see anybody?
Yeah. Well, the main places for like residents, mainly the communal spaces are just for residents. That's what I had in mind. I hadn't really had like many places to do public
Where are those?
area, but so the main communal spaces are in these horizontal spaces. So this is where if you go back to
Those are not apartments. I thought those were big apartments.
there's some of them are. Here, I'll go back to the floor plan. Here we go. So then these two are communal spaces. So these have your communal kitchen, communal couches where you can hang out with your other residents. And then on this end, this is where it's split in half.
But I don't have to go there, right?
Yes.
I mean, my point is today I get home and my neighbor is outside, they say hi, my kids can come out and go play. Here, so for me, that's when communities happen, right? So when is that happening here? When do you interact with people? Or if you're, say, I'm a 70-year-old retiree, and I'm sitting, where am I sitting in the day?
Yeah.
If I'm not there,
Right.
if I'm at my home, do I have any access to, like, do I have any eyes on the street about, can I spy on what's happening? Who's coming and going, so where would I do that?
Right. Mainly for like the public is where Frankie and Johnny's, this corner I really wanted to highlight to be a public area where like anyone, if you're on CHOP, you can go get some crawfish and then you can see the school building while you're doing it. But that was mainly the public space, but probably could have develop the public spaces.
You're a good salesman, though. You do.
Yeah, you're excited.
Yeah, you sell it. But one thing, like I think based on what you're asking, that just made me really clear about one thing that's missing in the project. If you keep going to maybe the
Floor plan. Oh, Axon.
Yeah, or something like that. And overall, any kind of overall, yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Can you access the roofs of the units?
So I actually did, at first I had all of these bottom ones be terraces. That was actually my sectional home. That's how it worked out.
Yeah.
But I was two things. I was a little worried about the height and having terraces, like a 10-story. I don't know.
I like how you're scared about it.
Don't
Yeah.
worry.
I'm not scared at all, but then you're scared of it.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah. But yeah, my sectional home. They at first were terraces, but also my sectional home was only 2 stories.
Yeah.
So this is definitely.
I don't know. I just feel like that's a missed moment. Like in the Moshe Safdie,
Yes, right.
every surface is occupiable, and that's what makes that project amazing.
Right.
And similarly, I don't like that much the archaeicals, whatever. But the mountain dwellings project is a really smart project because you occupy the rooftop of the unit below. So you're occupying every surface.
Right.
Whereas here you just have a lot of surface that is not
Isn't it-
covered by anything.
Right.
So I mean, we could talk about.
I guess you
heating
could
and
make
things like
this
that.
into a garden.
Yeah.
And for the person that's coming to, that lives in this unit and has
Right.
that space.
It's an
you
amazing
could also
opportunity.
use this.
Yeah.
And maybe the spanning elements
Right.
that extend across the towers.
That could be utilized as well. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, this could be green and you can like garden out or something, right?
Right,
Yeah.
Ryan? I would change that in your project. Before you put that in your portfolio, like.
Mhm.
that's
Paint
really-
every
yeah.
surface in red and then see how much you have.
There you go.
Because your usable square footage is effectively doubled, tripled by just making
Right,
those.
but just doing terraces
Yeah.
and right.
Because you're paying to build it, but you're not using it.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a shame.
Yeah. Right.
I also wonder about this the horizontal homes. If you could think about it more like your towers, and you just take your tower and you turn it. So it's doing a lot of shifting in plan, where I think it works better as like a bridge.
Okay.
Like a bar.
Yeah.
So it has a different language than the rest of it.
Then the
Yeah, so then we could actually imagine the structural, like this structurally, I can't imagine how, but if it was built like a bridge with trusses and things like this, I could imagine that working much better. And then it's kind of like, it's good for this. Then it becomes like a, almost like carrying the shear load, you know, the
Right.
wind loads.
yes.
If it's a bridge, then it could kind of tie all of these structures together structurally. I know that's like beyond where you are right now, but it's still good to think about it.
It's a challenge. And I thought you did really well with the drawings,
Thank you.
especially I know that was part of the goal of your class to learn that. That's hard. I know I took drawing classes. And I think also you did a really good job at incorporating, again, that modularity, what you don't like is part of what you have to put in, or what sometimes feels like, why this?
Mhm.
So I thought you did a good job at that, but I think you have to imagine yourself more using the building than just looking at
Living in
it.
it. Yeah. Mhm. Right.
Where are you going, where are you doing?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I know.
Towards the side.
It's nice to see the raspberry crunch like you were saying. Like it's good to see students just like.
You can move.
If you could
Maybe
put
slow
down.
it down.
Yeah.
My name is William Shafina. Just start off so my project is called the Chopfield Apartments. This is my axon. So I basically just have my buildings pushed towards the east of the block near Arabella Street. You can see the two buildings still standing there, and then Frankie's and Johnny's was removed. Basically, I started with my horizontal home. So I designed my horizontal home for a family that likes their private spaces, but also wanted a communal area just to share. You can kind of, so I started designing I wanted to take the shared living part of this project and implement and expand upon it in this one. So basically, if these two units are sharing this little communal area here, and then just a simpler version of that would be this with those two units with that dining area. So first I took the two rooms and the communal spaces in between and expanded it. The idea here was to have two units sharing a communal dining and kitchen area, you can see there, and then progressively just stacked it. Each building of mine is 3 stories, 4 units on each floor, and there's 5 buildings in all. Here's the specific units. From left to right, largest to smallest. This on the left, there's one building with that has 12 units in it, 3 bedrooms each at 884 square feet. So these are set up where like this is a unit, that's the communal space, and that's another unit. So each 2 units are sharing one communal space. This one here, which is the middle one, it's a 2-bedroom a unit at 754 square feet, and then these are single bedroom apartments at 550 square feet. So here's just some diagrams. On the left are those plans in full. So 4 units per floor. There's 2 open communal spaces connected in between. I just have those to make sense of the diagrams. So for horizontal circulation, these balconies for that, and then vertical circulation, 3 stairwells in each building. And then, so when it comes to wet and dry versus private versus communal diagrams, I just set these up to kind of show where things were grouped. So if I had the kitchens, bathrooms, and laundry rooms kind of spread out on the left side of the building, and that allowed me to keep my communal areas kind of condensed in the center on the right side of the building. When it comes to these 2 diagrams, and just the vegetation diagrams, this was the site at first with 26 trees. And then this is my site. I added 28 trees for a total of 54 trees, and then kind of spread out these trees in like different groves, along with using some of them as kind of like not a barricade, but a divider for the walkways around the buildings. And then this is my site plan. You kind of see how people would get around through the sidewalks around the groves, and then how I kind of oriented each building towards so it's open on both sides with that communal area, but these two living rooms open up as well in case larger gathering or if just wanted for more space. And I faced all those towards each other, kind of like basically just like a box, kind of keep that like community feeling compared to something of like a hotel where views would be more private and secluded. These, which we'll see in the perspective soon, kind of just show you the other building. And in this section and the next section, they're not coming out with perfect line weights, but you can see in this room, that room, these 2. That is the communal area with the dining table and the folding doors. Here I took the folding doors out just to show a better view because they look the way they are. But and then 2 units flanking them on the sides. And then in this unit, this is cut through that communal space, and that is the same folding doors, but that is of the living room. So you can open those, and then you basically have a that would basically be looking like these would open up, and you would have basically this open communal T formation, and the rest of this would just be private.
Polyamorous, I think that having the 2 houses.
This is took a while for that to sink in.
When family which side, right?
I should have a polyamorous.
I think that's more common.
This is just a perspective, just showing a view in between the 2 buildings, and these didn't come out as well as I wanted them to, but this was what I was talking about earlier with that view, that community feeling. You're basically just looking at other families, larger gatherings. When you would walk around, if you were just to get back from work and go to your room, you're going to be walking past at least two other people, two other open areas, seeing people around there. And then that's it.
Let me put down a slide that you like.
I think the show, like, the most important part was this communal area, and I think this shows pretty good. So again, this is a little confusing because I know it's specific units, but this is one unit, that's one unit, that's the communal area. So the whole idea was 2 units are sharing a singular communal area, which involves a kitchen and dining room, and they can be opened as they please for larger gatherings.
So do you have the living on the ground floor? On the ground?
It's all on, it's 3 floors, and all floors are exactly the same. So it's gonna be.
So you live on grade? Yes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So tell me about, if I happen to rent the 550 square feet unit over here, and then you move to the other unit, but I don't like you and you don't like me, how are we gonna share the kitchen? I mean, how do you control?
Yeah, I mean, like, basically
Do I
there'll
have
just
a
be.
kitchen in my unit? No kitchen.
You have the shared kitchen area and the shared dining. Maybe if you wanted to, you could eat in your somewhere. But basically, you have to share those things, and you have to, I guess, meet and figure out who your neighbors are, pick the correct neighbors. I mean, it's a
How do I pick the
multi-generational.
neighbors though? Because if I'm
you know,
coming to rent,
tour.
but I came to see the apartment and the neighbor wasn't, you were not there,
Yeah.
you were at school.
Yeah,
And then
I
you
guess.
come and, or, I mean, I guess maybe something more clear towards people who want to go, you know, to share spaces too. Like
Yeah.
a dorm or, you know, here for students. And
The market for your housing is really almost like dorm suite markets.
I mean, I made it
Or
for
part of emergence of that, where the sharing is an intentional parts of the people who are. It's not co-housing, does this at a larger scale, and individual houses. It is a key issue because the communal idea you have joining together 2 units, in theory, could work. May not.
Yeah, what did you say?
One other thought I had is that the system that you have has 2 balconies or 2 corridors, either on the ground or from the second and third floor. I'm not sure you need both sides, because it seems to me that you could load one side exclusively with horizontal connections. The verticals connect us, you've got 3 stairs.
Yeah.
And at the same time, this one may not be necessary at all. There could be a differentiation between the side that's loaded with horizontal circulation and the other side that's not. Have a dialogue between the 2 sides. Final thoughts. And that can work. Already?
I think you're missing an opportunity to have all these people have a river view.
Right.
Instead of only beach sides. You know, because the prime, also the amenity there is gonna be the view. I think, what do you think is the most, what would people you to live there?
I mean, the whole idea I had, and like kind of like why I wanted and when like had them all oriented like towards each other was kind of avoiding that like hotel kind of idea with like you have like the private views and you're kind of separated from everyone. You're basically, if you're eating dinner with a group here, your view is going to be like a little bit of that building, and then there's going to be like 3 other families over there possibly having dinner. So the whole idea was like the whole community feeling, and like these are the people you're living with in this area.
And the other option is to just treat the ground floor in a very different way. Your system could make sense on floors 2, 3, 4, or how you would go. On the ground floor, you actually think about, keep the stairs because they have to, but really the ground floor could be completely different. And I think there could be some real advantages to conceiving of, especially these ones that create a street. It's not about the same thing as each of these other ones, but could mix it commercial, it could mix a different type of unit, which is more like flats and not a house. So you have a very different identity for the development of the ground versus the office. The system doesn't work equally well.
Yeah, sorry, let me just get in my, I think the problem here is there's too much repeating and it's too generic in the way that it aggregates. Like the floors are all exactly the same as you said, and they're the exact same first, second, third. I think you need more variation. Like I look at the model, and you're stacking all of your kind of communal spaces where those can shift on the floor plate and create a much more dynamic experience for the users. And it would be a better architectural move to like shift around your public spaces. And I think Ken is 100% right. Like the ground floor, just lift it up. Like do this for your portfolio. Trust me on this one. You don't want to live on the ground floor ever. Like it's just never. Nobody does. Even in New Orleans here, you go up 3 feet, you get on your porch, and then you go into your house. You don't want to live on the ground floor. So imagine a different thing for the ground. And yeah, I just think there were a lot of opportunities that you didn't take advantage of. Like I think your system is smart actually, and I think your units are smart, but I think there's not enough variation in the massing. Like it could have been spectacular actually. I like the kind of the Miesian quality of the bars. Like it's super, regimented and regulated. But the beauty of those kind of projects is there is actual variation built in. And I think yours is lacking variation right now. But I think all the ingredients are there. You just need to like reconsider how they aggregate.
It almost started looking like Irving films.
Thank you.
Good job.
Do you have a break or is it?
We don't bring it to end.
Oh, okay. Great, thanks for that.
A break at the end.
More ways than one.
Hi, my name is Joaquin Rivas. I will be introducing the complex proposal, which is roaming space, a place of gatherings, how it works. So first, I started off with creating a rectangular mass, and I saw that there would be like too much spaces to gather around, and there will be no community connected to each other. So I tried to remove quite small parts of the building and extrude them out, and that creates the main shape of the building. So this is what I was thinking about. There was a big block of mass. There's just one way of like open space. That's what creates the shapes that I created. So for the circulation, you can see on the left how it varies from the ground floor to the upper floor. So there's two types of circulation, which is a switchback. Here we find the cores. Here you can see the amenities. Here there are offices. For my ground floor, I decided to create a grid, which then I incorporated to the site and how it has a relationship. And so the gray part is a pedestrian walk, and the green part are courtyards. Will be the community will be mostly families. Therefore, the units that I made were from medium range to high range. Here, take a look at the courtyards for this. There's 62 total units in the house, starting off with type A, which is the smallest one, not small, the medium one, then moving on to the big house. I was talking about the offices here. So the offices are part of the big house of the type B house, which is this one. This part is all like offices and like what types of things that someone that lives there is a medic, doctors or dentists.
So are you envisioning these offices being as residential and
Yeah.
having an apartment at the top too?
No, it's
Or is it only a commercial space?
no. So this part over here is where there's like offices. The father that lives here or mother that lives here is a dentist.
Okay.
Then you go to the living room, and then you go up to the second floor. And there's type C is basically the same as type A, but a little bigger. And for this one as well, it's practically the same for the other one, but there's no offices. It's just there's a pool, which are incorporated, and there's saunas and locker rooms. Previous working experiences. So for type A, so type C, sorry, I incorporated when I was working on my previous works, which was to create like incorporate some of this, and I portrayed how there's a clear separation between the open space and the private space. So I want to incorporate that to like my 2-story houses. I try to incorporate the double heights. Here, double heights. The Caritas there, I incorporate both. So this is ground floor, and these are the lobbies where you can go in. Okay, second floor, you can see how the circulation changes from ground floor to third floor, which there are the amenities here. I put them the amenities specifically there because no sun came up from either side, so just from this side over here. So that's why I try to put the amenities there. All of the offices are here, 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 and there.
You like swimming?
What?
You like swimming?
Yeah.
It's a lot of cool.
Thanks. That's it.
Switch it to whatever image you like the best. Yeah. Great.
5 minutes.
So Chapatulas is on the bottom of the plan.
It's right here.
Okay.
Yeah, because the pool and Chapatulas can be
The pool is on Chapultepec.
Yeah.
But the pool is in a separate building, correct?
Yeah, it's in separate. And everyone from outside also can come to the pool, but they have to pay.
In a site planning strategy, it's a very clear diagram. I mean, there's an identity to the Chapatula side. There's a very, very strong edge on the southern side, the side where it's proposed that direction. And then the frame basically creates an element. The rest of the site can then be inhabited and developed in its own way. And I think that really, there's a real benefit to showing how you establish that basic groundwork for the project.
So if I live here, tell me, how do I come home? What happens there? Which way?
Or do you go up?
Let's say I'm downtown and I'm coming in home on Chapultepec, and the bus leaves me right here at this corner. So what do I do?
So you can either walk from here to, so you're here, okay?
Uh-huh.
You go from here. Go. So you go from here, I confused.
Ground floor.
This would be second floor.
Oh, gotcha. It's okay.
So you go from here, you can go either from here and you take the stairs and you go up.
And so all up here, I'm walking past, what is this?
That's the pool and we have a gym.
So when I'm on in the street, what do I see here? What's next to me? If it's 7 p.m., what do I have? What do I see? Is there somebody there? Is it dark? Is it quiet? What's happening?
Pretty quiet.
Quiet. Okay. So I walk up there, the street. If I'm a scary lady, do I want to walk up? So there's no activity in the evening there. Or in
Yeah. So
what do you think?
the pool is going to be almost open, so I don't know if it's people is. The gym is always open as well, so there's going to be always lights here.
Okay. I think you have a big opportunity on Chapultepec to get, also attract people to the area and use that space there, right? I do like what Ken was saying about just the block space.
Yeah, so
No, that's good.
I think you have like all the ingredients there. Like this is, like Ken was saying, I really like the site planning approach. And it's a different approach than what we've seen, where you put all the housing on one side, and then it gives you a lot of open space for recreation or whatever. On the other side, I just feel like I don't know, the importance is placed in really strange places to me in the project. Like there's a lot of importance on recreation, but as far as I know, in all the other projects, it's the importance of the hierarchy is placed on like communal living or like, you know, just coexistence. Yeah. And yours seems more like a hotel. Like you're selling us like this condo living experience. It just seems like the tone of the project is different than the tone of the studio. That's not necessarily a criticism or a bad thing. I'm just kind of noting that maybe you're interested in like leisure or something like that, but I feel that from the project where it's all about like kind of lounging around and it doesn't seem like there's enough importance placed on just domestication. It seems more like people come here to visit and then they leave, which is a different project than what we've been talking about all afternoon and all morning. So I would just say to consider the tone of the project a little bit more, especially like you had a perspective that was devoted to the spa. And it's just like strange decision making for me that like.
You don't like the sauna?
The sauna, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I love to lounge as much as anyone else. I love leisure, but it just seems like wrong for the project, like tonally. And maybe that's asking too much for a second year student, but I would just say to consider that in the future because I think everything about the project works well. And I actually think your best drawing is your section, where it shows like kind of everything kind of coming together. And I think that like you might reconsider the ground floor actually a little bit in a different way, but I think it all resolves itself like really well. I guess part of this is me just trying to figure out what I find kind of like just distasteful or something like that in the project. I apologize, this is a value judgment, but it's just how I'm feeling about it. It just feels like a resort and not a communal housing project.
Well, I actually think that I really like the idea of having a pool there because I love taking my kids to the pool on the weekends and having, especially if my neighbors could be there. I think that would be a really great community space. But
I forgot to add that all of these spaces over here are barbecue spaces. So that's why I prepared this perspective to show how everyone's other
yeah. think you almost could have a feel of a private or an area that has a gym and the pool for residents and anybody that would want to use it too. But I do agree that the bottom floor, you're missing an opportunity to bring people. What would bring you there? What would make you want to
Oh, clearly.
What's the selling point here for someone like you? You graduated, you're a young Tulane graduate, and you're getting a job as in an architecture firm here downtown. Why do you want to live here?
If you started off like only alone, maybe a medium house, and you want to change the scenario. It's the same, but just one more bedroom.
But let's say I'm your mom and you call me and you say, Mom, I found the perfect place. Why is it the perfect place? Why do you want to be there?
You have everything.
What do you have?
A pool, you have a gym.
Okay.
You have a pool. You have food.
Okay. Food? Where's Johnny?
Here.
Oh, okay. I like that.
You can see it.
Crawfish boils.
Thank you.
And I could draw this too.
Yes, 3 more minutes.
He has 3 more minutes. Let's keep doing it.
Two now.
Uh-oh.
You know, any final thoughts?
Can I say I love your section too? I think it's awesome.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yes.
I guess I get it back.
We both gasped.
Yeah. I was like,
There you go. There's your audience.
I have nothing against schools. It just
Amara has
feels wrong
something
for the
against
project.
Nisha. Why? Everybody should be able to have a nice school. Right? You don't need to build something.
Joaquin, you took care, like I've seen you working on your plans for a long, long time. And I see that you took care of people having the correct lights, or whenever there's no lights, and it's amenities, like spots for washing machines. And you gave like an office, so you were proposing new spaces. I think it's great that you have double heights in some points. And listen to the reviewers, it's great feedback. What are you in love with? That's a big how can you make people get in love with your project too and want to be there? So thanks. Good work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
YouTube soon?
Yeah.
it's just live, so I hope.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on YouTube.
Yeah, my parents watched.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
This is working.
Yeah, no, it's worth it. It was good.
Taylor.
Yeah, it worked. It's good. You press down.
Like this.
Good afternoon, I'm Taylor Cleveland. So beginning with the designs from the beginning of the semester, my focus on these was really maximizing light. In the horizontal home, that was, this one looked great. This was focusing on the courtyard that is pushed to the edge of the building. Here it is in the vertical home, it's maximizing the facades through the hexagon shape. And in the sectional home, it is through the offset and the translucent core. That comes into the design as the pocket park, where I really was focused on opening up the block. In designing for this space, continuing from the beginning of the semester, I wanted to create a space that was
very open and felt free for the inhabitants to move around and to move through, and also balancing privacy and connection to your neighbors. And that was designed for a very mixed community. I believe that a thriving community is dependent on diversity in age, profession, household formation, through all aspects. So looking at that, looking at the site analysis that we did, I wanted to focus on balancing the lower heights of the neighborhood with the higher and more industrial feel of the port to the south. So in the exterior space, that looks like this, and really focusing on giving back space to the neighborhood through the garden and collective exterior spaces. This is Tchoupitoulas, sorry. Tchoupitoulas is here on the right side, North is to the left. And the rest of the diagrams will follow this formation. And then in the interior, that is the public commercial here on Tchoupitoulas, with some instances within to give incentive to moving through the block. And returning to that building height is the lower end, is at the residential on Annunciation, and focusing the larger heights in the center to give balance to the lower heights on either side of the block. See that there? And vegetation, I really wanted to focus on keeping my trees and removing as few as possible, and adding a lot more to that, and that really influenced the placement of my buildings around that interior cluster of trees to the east. So
Should we look here maybe instead? Like,
yes,
yeah.
it looked beautiful on paper.
Yeah, just rotate it all the way. That looks good. Yeah. That's what it's supposed to look like.
It's supposed to look like. In the typical plan, here's north and south. The opening up that space gave opportunity for community areas. And then you can see on the typical plan, looking at that space from above, they get opportunity for a pergola with a playground, exercise space, a short stage for porch parties and crawfish club and things like that in that space. Sorry. Oh. So this was a circulation plan where the exterior was the public space with a path. You can see the separate patch here through the site, with the private is entering primarily from the exterior coming inwards, with there are a few opportunities for access from the site. And in designing that interior space, I began with lines that stemmed from the main facades of the hexagonal units, and building upon that with secondary facades, and then bringing in lines from the facades of the east neighboring block. And that is where the path shape came from and the interior collective spaces. Again, it's not showing up, but in the ground level, there is, beginning at the 0 level, there's all the public space, which with all of this within that is not shaded. And then moving up at 4-foot level is the collective spaces that are accessible only to the inhabitants of the block. And then at the 6-foot level is where you get into the private areas itself.
It's essentially a berm.
Yes.
Elevated, that helps you to separate public and private.
Yes.
Yeah, extremely effective. And it it's, there's some great things that come about because of that premise, the sectional premise. That we have. There's some questions. I mean, as an urban strategy, it does present a different condition toward the street. But and by the way, I immediately got it when I saw this, and even in the screen versions, because what you've done, one of the things you've done that I think is fantastic, is you've taken your vertical house exploration and imported it into this project for a very specific reason. And my interpretation of the reason is that this is a way of creating almost like a kind of an architectural wonderland inside the confines of this block, of this larger block. And it's a playground in a sense, not a goofy one, but one that's really about how the edges frame these really special units that are rising through the landscape, part of the landscape, and creating really just a place of wonder. I think it's a fantastic proposition for this. It's innovative, it's playful, and at the same time, it's also serious. I mean, you're creating the conditions by which this internal world exists with separation of private is one example, but also just a sense of wonder as you kind of work your way through this inner life of the block. So I really think it's great. Something about your resolutions got screwed up here. Yeah. These are incredibly clear and really beautiful drawings. So the premise of your scheme, I think, is really sound. You basically frame it with this L configuration, which we've talked about in some other. It's a different orientation than some that we've seen. But then you allow something really important and special to happen internally, which invites the public, but controls the public realm from the private realms of the spaces that rise up. And I would love to see a model of this because you may not finish, but it's
the presentation.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. I interrupted you. I'm sorry. Yeah. I got enthusiastic. Yeah. This is. Keep going. Sorry.
Okay. So looking at each level from the ground level, the aggregation of these units divided into large, medium, and small. So I lost the place of my notes. Okay, so my large units vary from about 1,100 to 1,500, medium from about 700 to 1,100, and the smalls are very small at 350 to about 500 square feet. You see the build up towards the center of the site. And then from my horizontal home, I use the core to separate and create these additional units of varying sizes. Again, taking the sectional home and rotating out one of the faces to bridge between the two forms of the rectangular, horizontal, and hexagonal vertical home, with this form having this is what you'll see at the ground level of that opportunity for commercial or a collective space, a cafe, ice cream shop of some sort that's in the interior of the site. Taking the vertical 5 level and breaking those levels up and shifting them around a bit to create these different units. And here again is a collective space that maybe that's someone's gallery and art studio or some other semi-commercial collective space. And this, again, looking at the massing with those colors of the unit sizes with that interior space there. And looking at the section to really see that collective public space for gathering and looking at the relationship between the different varying levels and
So
coming through that site.
there right now.
Yes, this is cut. This is cutting directly through the middle of the side of the door.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's about
Okay.
and then seeing straight through from under the pergola, looking out towards the block, from the block, looking in, so you have that connection to the activity.
Taylor, can you remind me, are you from here?
No, I'm from Los Angeles.
Los Angeles. I was just asking because it's a great like analogy for New Orleans for me. Like it feels like such a New Orleanian project. Like the performative exuberance of it, I think is kind of what Ken was getting at. Like I love that it's like on the front, it's like a serious project, really
Yeah.
serious, he'll design it like this and that. And then the back, it's like this playful wonderland. Yeah, it's a party. Yeah, and I just can imagine like during Mardi Gras, like everyone would want to be here, and it would just. I just love how far you took it. I think I made this comment earlier about something like there's the comment for like some people are minimalists. You're kind of a maximalist, like doing as much as you can. And I just think it's so smart. Like I'm with Ken where I love the broming because it kind of creates a porch-like atmosphere on the ground level. And I saw it in your perspective right here. Like that one, yeah, that one. Like I know you're not done with this. Like you need to fill it out with people and all that. But I can already imagine how lively that interior space would be. And it's just so compelling to see such an out there project, but that's delivered to such a high level. Like I'm talking about your plans, like the delivery on the plans is everything is worked out. I was looking at it closely and yeah, I just want to commend you for really taking a leap and going out there. I think it's great.
I might just use the word smart, which also came in my mind, following the logic of how you deploy the housing units. And I'm sorry I interrupted you, because I'm sorry to interrupt the period, but the way in which you interpreted the different housing types and deployed them for specific reasons on the site is very smart. I mean, these are not arbitrary things. They're very willful and intentional combinations of your previous inventions that have resonance and significance in the context of the site. So that's probably a big part of the reason why I find these plants so appealing. They create a lot of diverse spaces. You made a comment about communities, healthy communities or great communities are defined by the diversity. And you've actually proven that both as an intention but also as an architectural expression. I think it comes through in the architecture that you created.
My favorite thing about this is that you did a really good job at taking advantage of the street front to bring life and activity and have your commercial there. I mean, here I can imagine these neighbors pretty happy to have stores there. These neighbors thrilled. They have a park here, and these neighbors have also activity. So you're not overlooking just a building that's closed off to you or just a wall. You're actually, it's a great way, I think, to include the neighborhood. And it feels more inviting. You can get in through the corners. I do like that. Just as a greedy person, I would say build more housing here too. There's, you have some space there, but I like the shapes. I think it's really great.
What's funny about it, like last, I don't understand that, but
don't worry, we're gonna be told.
Yeah, I know he is. He's on it.
He's
Already he is on it. What's interesting to me, also, like I was looking at your model, you could be on Chapatula Street and just see these little pods in the air and get a sense of like, oh, there's a sense of wonder beyond the bar. Like it kind of feels almost like a project that has a thesis about how you address the street on one side and how a project can be like completely inward and completely sort of introverted. And I don't know, it's saying a lot. I think it's just really radical in that way. And I also like that I could live in one of the hexagon units, and I could be like, yeah, I live there. I live in the hexagon, the one that's closest to Annunciation, and mine has like a pink roof line or something. Like I'm saying pink because I say hair, and I was thinking like color and things like that. If you had more time to work on it, like that could also be another way of pushing your maximalist aesthetic. And just doing more and more and more.
Not to mention rooftop bars all over Chapatulas, and then that also can give you the opportunity to go up higher and have more units in the inside. I mean, even 3 or more floors, people that have a great view, but you're behind. I mean, you're not right on the front. I think that it's the front. I think the front to me is really a great job.
Yeah, this idea of that you were mentioning of having make these shapes taller is interesting, especially if you were to draw in the section the real height of the trees. You might be invited to go taller because the trees that we have here is probably like that's even taller than this one. So having a section that where you're covering exactly the tree and having a dialogue with it would be interesting. It's there. Yeah, at least to see what that one is like really tall.
And I love that you say most of that you only got rid of 2 trees and actually went along. In New Orleans, we need that. Please save our trees. Don't take the trees away. I think that was really nice too. Because it's hard to have those old trees there. You can't put those there.
Yeah.
So,
My goal
that
or
was great.
kind of idea was that not getting rid of any trees as possible, and then leaving as much permeable space as possible to kind of retain even the pathway being like brick.
Or
That's
great. Good job.
Thank you, Sarah. My digital media class and here's your sign shots. Get a sense of, aesthetic. Oh. Yeah.
She's great. Yeah. I met them at Yankees. I wanted the Yankees.
Yeah.
All right, I'm Lauren Brown, and I wrote down. Oh, here we go.
Oh, we wish we had you earlier.
And my project is called Ice Cream for Ice Cream. One evening, many years ago, 12 individuals ended up at the same ice cream shop in town. That night, they discovered that they all had the same dream, to one day open their very own ice cream shop. After that night, the group of 12 decided to team up, and from that moment on, they became inseparable. They spent every day planning together the ice cream shop they would one day own. They agreed on many topics, houses on top of the shops in order to make more income. A tall building camouflaged by colors that match the surroundings. How many windows, the number of stools, and most importantly, a place for New Orleans residents to gather and enjoy time outside. However, one day someone asked the fateful question, what flavors should we have? Chaos erupted. Every person insisted on including their favorite flavor, but was immediately vetoed by another. Stacy wanted lemon, John was allergic. Mason loved chocolate, but Cassie said it was too predictable. The friends could not agree on any flavor, and soon their dreams of owning an ice cream shop together started to fade, as well as their friendship. Although the group was broken up, they individually pursued their ice cream dreams, using the same ideas they had come up with as a group, but focusing on their favorite flavor. The only place that could accommodate their shops was a single urban block in uptown New Orleans, forcing the separated group to come together. The shop owners all turned their store frontwards towards Arabella Street, not wanting to face their ex-best friends and now competition, creating an intriguing view with color popping out the veil of trees. Like mentioned before, the towers are camouflaged by the colors drawn from the environment. The inspiration came from Disney Parks' use of their own patented colors, go away green and blending glitter. Everything that Disney did not want their visitors to see, like office buildings, trash cans, back of house for roller coasters, they colored in go away green and blending blue. So it kind of just skipped the visitor's vision. In order not to disrupt the uptown New Orleans skyline and the immediate surroundings of the site, I utilize these colors and the veil of trees to help disguise the lower portion of the towers. I organized the towers in a certain way so that anytime they were viewed from true north or south, true north and south, or east and west, each tower was visible like that. I also used a small building footprint of about 24 feet by 24 feet in order to provide a luscious green space for residents and surrounding neighbors to enjoy, which was important because there's no immediate green spaces in the neighborhood. The project is designed to provide collective housing to a diverse group of people while giving back to the New Orleans community. It's a welcoming environment that can accommodate friends and family, or a group of friends and families of many sizes, and that provides a roomy outdoor space for everyone to enjoy, never mind the amazing ice cream. So, there are 5 different types of houses that can accommodate different types of families or groups. The towers can also provide large groups of people that want to live together but might want their own space. So the first kind of scheme of tower is a large house that can accommodate 4 to 6 people, a medium house that can accommodate 2 to 4, and a small house that can accommodate 1 to 2. 2 large houses, 3 medium, 2 small, or 5 small houses. And they're all 12 floors, and I think about 155 feet. Oh, okay. Okay, so this is my small house floor plan with that could just like accommodate couples or like 1 person. This is my medium floor plan. It's my large floor plan. Every floor plan has this kind of circulation where the water spaces are in that area, which provides like a circular circulation of the building. Oh, sorry, that's my ice cream floor plan that is open to the outside, allowing like a welcoming environment because there's no like obvious place of entry. And then the lobby for the small lobby that leads to the exterior stairs for residents. This is my section. It kind of shows the color scheme that each house will be decorated. This is color scheme cherry. So every house has a certain color that represents that flavor. And so I want to explain the stairs really quick, where they kind of rotate around each other. So the purple stairs are the public stairs that lead to each entry of house. Meanwhile, while they come up, they only lead to entries of each house. Otherwise, it's blank. While the private stairs lead to each floor inside the house, because I wanted people to have like I wanted there to be a separation, so other people that didn't live in your house couldn't really get into your house. And then that's rotated. This is an experience where this ledge kind of creates like an optional seating area, as well as just separates the ice cream shop from the park area. And this is an extreme idea of how, extreme experience of how the towers blend into the sky as well as the greenery, and how hopefully not intimidating it is. But thank you. Sorry, I got nervous after the 1 minute mark.
This is interesting. Sorry, go ahead.
Tell me about the placement of the buildings. Let's start there. On the standard model.
Yes.
Maybe, or yeah, that's perfect.
So this grid goes from north to south and east to west. This is a really quick compass right down here. But so I kind of created the grid to start out, and playing around in 3D, I realized that the buildings would line up like this. how I accidentally placed them on the grid. And I don't have the elevation here, or like the picture here. But also I wanted to line up north and south view like that, where I think it kind of creates like an interesting view, especially from places far away, or like where you kind of just see like this almost like wall that it kind of like blends into the background into like the sky blue. It's just like barely recognizable, which I thought was interesting.
It's a funny thing that architects do.
What?
They line things up in orthographic view, which is like not possible for the human eye to see. But I
Oh,
think
that's true.
it's a fun play though.
Yeah, it was gonna be random, and I wanted
Some
like a reason.
organization.
Yeah, I wanted a reason to put things where they were.
Can you bring a model?
Very simplistic.
Popsicles. I wish we could try.
Sell me an ice cream.
You told me I bring ice cream for you guys.
I know. Where's the ice cream? So here's the thing. We knew this was bad. I think it's a very interesting provocation. And that's what it is. It's a speculative. It's a provocation, and you have to acknowledge it. You have to own it. But that's what it is. It's like a kind of one-liner provocation. Because I think in reality, there's no elevator.
There was supposed to be, and then I wanted to keep the geometry to a true square, because
Yeah.
I was also using the precedent of the 13 Towers of Campion by John Hudson. Hayduck, sorry. So I was drawing from that, where I just wanted to keep a true square, and he had an elevator, but he didn't have any stairs, which is a little ridiculous.
So you're like, I did it better. Actually.
Yeah, I did. Well, I feel like I could have added an elevator. No, I didn't.
Okay, because here's the thing, in the left side of my brain, I love the project, and the right side of my brain, it's like, what? Because it's, what is it, 12 stories you said? And stairs only? So it's only for the select few. There's yeah, they have to work up this. Like Danielle, I think in the first half had like a track. So it was like only for athletic people. I think your project is in some way for ice cream lovers and athletic people.
And those two Venn diagrams might be quite small, but not
Yeah.
very huge.
So I'll just make my point. I love the playfulness of the project, but it's gotta work. It's gotta be taken seriously. And I think people always say Jimenez Live, you know him, you'll love his work, you should check it out. He always says play, but be very serious about your play. So find a way to make the circulation. Maybe it's in the center. Maybe the playful elevator that kind of links all of these towers together. It's a funicular. There's a way that you can do it and still work with the playfulness of the project and keep the pure geometry of the squares. But you have to find a way.
I thought about putting the elevator in the middle. I just felt like it made this the footprint a little bit too large.
So scale everything up, by 10% or whatever it is, Because I want to love it, but it's just, like I said, the right side of my brain is like, come on.
Where is Chuck Tulas here on your model?
So the area is kind of protected by the veil of trees, which is my idea. A sort of welcoming area, but to anyone fastly driving by, it wasn't anything to look at.
I think the whole approach that we started with is architecture as narrative or narrative creating architecture, narrative story, is an interesting way to begin, because it gets you off to the races quickly around a whole series of fantasies that follow. And I think you've taken those fantasies pretty literally in the sense of how this story of these 12 people in an ice cream concession plays out architecturally. One way, one lesson here is that I think it's a very bold and striking sort of extreme approach they find. But there are ways that you could take it and tone it down for reasons of practicality and art, but it wouldn't necessarily destroy the initial intention. So one thing that strikes me is I look at these ones where you've got 3 units aggregated. And with these ones here,
this is a launch.
with the three that are together, they look almost like they're 3 elements of this modular approach. With the middle that's somehow common. You could imagine that aggregation could have a small elevator that occurs as an outlier outside of the all of a sudden you have the potential of taking an initial extreme idea and transforming it in a way that allows the units to actually operate in tandem rather than each one having its own everything. So there's a reason why units have their own private stairs. But you could have one stair and one elevator that serves all 3 of these units. So I mean, my point I'm trying to make is that there's a way to take an extreme approach and transform it in manners that still retain the intent, but make it somehow more plausible for one. And something that becomes kind of a realistic idea about how housing can work. Because housing has to conform to human use. It's not something that people can't fundamentally change how they exist in their home residential experience because of a project that's doing something really crazy and extreme, like 12 stories.
Yes.
But I too like the idea that we've taken it in a playful and extraordinary direction. And the fact that you have a fantasy about how this narrative can become an architectural inspiration, that's great. That's a great start. And looking at John Heda, I'm not surprised. I didn't know that was one of the references, but he built very good. He was a dean and a professor, and he was always pushing the envelope on what kinds of poetic expression could take architectural form. I mean, he was an inspiration for so many different students who went through Cooper Union during this time in leadership. And you can see the progeny results of his narrative fantasies played out in ways that are more realistic in most cases. He did build a few things, and the things that he built are absolutely powerful, extraordinary compositions. They're not just sculptural, but they're also sculptural. It's exciting. When I was a student, he was one of my heroes because he was able to take ideas very systematically, like wall house and towers, and explore the significance of those towers and the inspiration for the towers and the Jewish ghettos, for example. He was a guy who really, you and he are sort of kindred spirits. So you should continue to look at his work and see how you can interpret them. And he too was very interested in that.
Yeah, I do definitely don't want to leave here without commending you for just standing up there and owning it. No, I'm not joking. Like, it's really hard to do that, to like have a project that's really playful and really radical, and to stand up there and present it in the way that you did is amazing. Like, and I don't want you to lose that. I want you to bring that energy to like the next 3 years or however long you're here, because I think it's really valuable. And I think your project is really valuable to the conversation that we're having. I think it's the last one, yeah?
No, we have one more. We're going to take a 20-minute break.
Okay.
New edition.
But yeah, so I'm going to take it seriously for one more second and say the tower, gradient, do a gradient. Like, what do y'all call it? Ombre? Is it?
Yeah.
Ombre gradient, and then ice cream scoop hats on all of them. And then imagine the future for the ice cream scoop hat. I want you to push it further. Like, I really wish that you worked out all the kinks, because I want to love the project.
I realized I meant to put an elevator in, right? And then I realized after like kind of formulating this entire thing. And then you should have seen my vertical house. That didn't have an elevator, but like I just figured
Elevator could work as an elevator. It doesn't have to be inside the volume.
Yeah.
Be a separate system altogether.
Yeah, it also could have like blended in like the same as the facade. And I know that it just didn't look great on the plan.
there's something like admirable about that too. Just like wanting to like own the diagram 100% and not and like relentlessly. Thank you.
Back at 4:50 for our final presentation. Here, yes, 4:50. Delaney. She missed the AM, so now she's going last. Yes.
Thank you.
Tree now, just to get closer to them.
How have the PowerPoint?
Honestly, do it now.
Yeah?
Yeah. I don't know what you gotta do. You gotta like, I don't know whose computer this is. I don't know if you can email them, but you got the time. Yeah, I don't know how you're gonna get into this. Yeah. PowerPoint, right? You go PNGs in your PowerPoint.
Why? Would they come up?
They just come up super grainy. They're not that great looking. But if you have more material, they have more up. Yeah, next year I really hope they don't tell us to do PowerPoint. It's gotta be it's good enough. And do a model as well. Hey, a lot of people do it, so.
Right. Thoughts on the overall? Well, it's actually, I've designed all these reviews before. I've been on this project final reviews before, so it's just interesting to see the approaches. I think I might have been on a review this year with the different housing types, like the first part of the semester. Yeah. Yeah, it's good to see the work coming all the way through. Your email to your Gmail.
Share it on Drive. Like do you have it on Drive? Or do you just have the PDF? Okay, just email it to my two-way. Since I activated two-factor authentication. Oh, why is it? Is that 3 minutes?
Well, all set. I think so. Cool. Just we'll come back. Sorry. We're waiting for her. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I went.
What's possible? No worries.
It's so exciting. I'm so happy.
He's being a little design.
He's been very good at that.
Yeah.
He's getting married too.
It's a great opportunity to experience without having to.
Cynthia, was your that's what this? I think we should start. Yeah, it's almost about verification. Do you want to start?
She just specifically asked me to wait, but I
Okay.
know like you guys.
Well, if Cynthia said
I
to
don't,
wait,
I don't know.
If she asked you that.
okay.
She appreciated it. I talked to Cynthia, she said to wait for the guest review and the event start, but I think Danielle, I don't think she gave up, but she has kids. And she,
I can go ahead and get started.
Yeah, why don't you
I
just
think
start?
that's probably a good idea. So you're not gonna get in trouble. if you play around it.
Take it up with her.
Well, hello, I'm Delaney. My project is called the Forsyth Village. So this housing complex is for fabricators, sculptors, designers, artists. The concept behind it was to have some sort of sculpture garden of architecture. So the architecture becomes this sculpture garden, and these sculptors live. And so I began, since it's by the port, the site is by the port, I was interested in shipping container modules at first. I didn't want to just use shipping containers alone. So as the project progressed, I sort of moved towards this collection of different kinds of metals. Sorry, I'll dash talk for a second. I'll go through my previous projects, and you'll see how it ties back into the housing complex. So this was my horizontal house, which had 3 interior garden spaces, which were open to the top. So they tie back over into this project, as I have the horizontal houses in this project being, again, sculptural like elements, but also serving as this one of 3 types of houses within the project.
Is that the annunciation set?
Yes, this is top terrace. This is section, and you can see that it's mostly enclosed on the outside, but so you get that sense of privacy, but then you get outdoor spaces literally inside your living room. So. For my vertical home, it was a tower home for 5 students, and it was centered around this central stairwell. And this house wasn't as replicated as the horizontal house into this project, but you can see that I have a central tower house that's very similar to this, with protruding
windows, which serve as garden spaces. This is a section and a axon. So again, very similar to Central Tower in my housing complex.
That's slide. Is that a slide?
It is.
That's
Yeah.
amazing.
Thank you. I didn't carry over the slide, but it worked for the tiny houses. In sectional home, this is a section from it, and similar idea. I had the spaces revolving or sort of being oriented around this central garden space that's completely open. So again, this one wasn't replicated as literally, but the way I oriented the homes on the outsides, the way they are connected is very similar to how the spaces are oriented around a central space. This is just showing you the prior site conditions. This is a section perspective of the, this is cutting through pronunciation side. And you can see the central tower in the middle. And you get this sort of like sectional home quality as like each level is sort of elevated slightly above the tower next to it. So you get this, like some units are connected by this staircase. So like, you know, maybe the same family owned this unit and this unit, but maybe they have to cross over an outside space to get to other parts of their home. And again, you can see the concept I was talking about with the working with different kinds of metals, and you can see that better in the perspectives, but I wanted it to act as a sort of sculptural. Looking at these blown up, they're very grainy, but so this is a perspective looking from. Sorry, I keep I'm standing right back here. You can see that central tower. In the middle. Oh, also, forgot to mention there is an actual sculpture garden right in this, right below the central tower. Even though I haven't yet represented physical sculptures in it, there's a little sort of inhabited staircase that this tower sits on. So it acts as this central element to the site. Another perspective looking from about here. And again, this is the sculpture garden I was talking about. And again, I don't have any actual sculptures, but ideally there would be, if this is a collection of fabricators and sculptors and artists, they would be able to showcase their work maybe in these spaces.
Yeah. Well timed.
So in a way, there's a sort of a live work agenda program that you built into this for the people who live in this spot, this art farm. And in a way, the architecture, I read the architecture as reflecting that quite literally. There's this almost scaffolding approach that allows for the occupants of this baby, in some case, to be part of filling in the structural grid that's holding things up in particular rooms. And then also becomes a venue for the display of these other creative people. I think as a programmatic agenda, it's a really great idea. It could be a wonderful way to give a particular signature to this part of Chapatulas. It has lots of great possibilities. The thing that's, well, let me pause just for a second. You pause too, in terms of talking about unit approaches. There were a lot of interesting things that we were exploring in those studies. It's not so easy to see how they have influenced the project that you actually created for this. I mean, they were off to one side at the beginning of the presentation. Each of one has sort of interesting possibilities. So what I'm a little concerned about is that the housing aspect of this agenda that we created is not really developed very much in terms of how these things function and really this architecture that creates this place. The agenda is good. I think the agenda is very good, and I think I understand the strategy on the site. But the housing itself, inhabiting this, becoming a proposition, has not, which is a contrast to the individual units that you actually did develop a lot. The ideal would be that somehow those two things come together in the context of creating a vision for this overall area of Chapatulas in the world, and celebrating some of the interesting developments.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of perplexing things in your project, like the horizontal home kind of plopped in on the annotation side, that I think you could actually just take out. Like, I think your project is the project of these point towers and this kind of like self-fabricated communal home, which that's the strong part of your project. The horizontal home really just dilutes the water in a way. Like, it makes it seem like not as well thought out as I think it actually is. Because what I see here is like framework, literal framework, but also conceptual framework. Like, you have all the ingredients there, like, but the dish is not complete. Does that make sense? Like, you gotta add the salt, you gotta finish plating, you gotta finish the expo, like all the kind of stages of the meal. But I think what I see here as the framework is very strong. And what I see is an actual like great curiosity, I think is the word, and also intuition for design that really still comes through, and what I think is still kind of like half baked in a way. But I think what I see has a tremendous promise, and I want to see, like, almost selfishly, I want to see you kind of go through the motions and complete it, because there is so much here that I find really interesting. So do it for yourself. Don't do it for anyone else. It's a project that's worthy of your full kind of like commitment and effort.
My question is, these three drawings in the middle here, those are sort of pinwheel aspect. What are those drawings?
Yeah, so those were more of a process when I was trying to orient houses around the central tower. Those were just
I see. So that was a study. It's paralleling what Omar just said, but I very much like the diagram of the housing as represented in these four diagrams of what this could become, the organization. And there's a logic in terms of its relationship to Chapatulas. There's transparency and fluidity going from south to north, but there's also an edge. So I think there's a lot to be said for this diagram, as it's not just a site diagram, it also has implications for housing. So it also speaks to your point about how how this has such a strong integrity to its own logic is there. You see it around the way they created space here. It creates a precinct of that house. And it's really, really clear. And it represents both of these locations. So I think that's a strong starting point in terms of its input. Now, how these units become effective housing units is really an important piece too. But I very much like the premise of this live work kind of notion. Kind of create a community that is about, it's about the building of the community itself, socially and also in this case architecturally. This reminded me of almost like a film set, a stage set, where you're creating an environment that has a high level of adaptability as a kind of kit of parts. So I think that could be very consistent with the kind of people that you hope that this will attract. I have quite a few friends of mine, classmates from college, people I've taught, who have studied architecture and actually gone into film, in part because there are so many strong links between the creation of film as a discipline itself, but also in terms of the design of the production design, the set design, the lighting design of the game. Some of them have been extremely successful. One of my former students, grad students, at my prior institution, became the art director and the projection designer for films like Forrest Gump and Taken. She did a lot of work with Steven Spielberg. And she actually practices architecture and does affordable housing, a lot of it pro bono, because she makes so much money at Hollywood. She wants to just sort of replenish her bank account. She does another film with great directors. And she was able to make that link. She's not alone. There are actually many examples of it. But you have a kind of scenographic approach to doing to the sheet.
Right. Thank you. I really like hearing you say that because I would love to do something like that.
You can. Very young.
Her name is Leslie McDonald. Just type Leslie McDonald filmography and you get the full lineup. And one of my classmates is a woman named Kate Buckley, and she does escape. Actually, Leslie lives in Charleston because she fell in love with Charlottesville, fell in love with a woman, and she never left there after grad school. But she does gigs whenever she wants to, as opposed to wherever. She did Lincoln because Lincoln was filmed a lot in Richmond, Virginia, which is only about 50 miles away. And that was, I don't know if you ever saw that movie. I think Spielberg was the director. You must know people in film too, right?
Yeah, tons. It is a kind of natural progression, especially if you're really into the visualization side of it. People just kind of fall into that.
I've actually gotten feedback similar to that with prior projects. You know, that it's almost too futuristic or science fiction.
Well, I mean, what I see is like a kind of commitment to the 3D model that doesn't always pay dividends in the end, unless you have like kind of created your time management is done in a way that like leaves time for the final visualizations. Otherwise, like a lot of the detail which I'm seeing in your models get lost in Rhino. They never make it to the screen, or they never make it to the page. And that's what I'm seeing here. It's like actually a very, very detailed 3D model that didn't make it past the finish line. You know what I mean? Like you never want to like leave stuff back on the computer. You always want to bring it out. But that's kind of what I was thinking when I saw the visualizations. Yeah, I think the conceit of the project is like a self-building community, and that by itself I think is very interesting. And I'll just say again, I think it deserves to be like published because it's a great project. It has that potential, and different than other things that we've seen today. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. The last, right?
That is it.
Thank you.
Guys.
Are we still doing like wrap up stuff from that one? Is that?
Yes.
We're not here.
Yeah.
Where are we?
Great, I'll post that up.
Log out of my email.
Yes, our,
She did. No, she did, yeah, she didn't cheat. She just emailed me her.
We didn't say password. We can stop this. Just need to first say bye to you too.
Bye, thanks for coming.